Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 1516, where we will hopefully get Karen back in court. She has been spotted outside of the courthouse entering.
Good deal.
Yesterday's delay allegedly was because Karen had been so drunk, she was hungover, and Bev said, "Girl, I feel you," and gave her a day off. At least
they don't have snow days. They don't have snow days in Canton. They have drunk days.
They have claw days.
Too much alcohol overnight. We gotta call a day.
But this is what I'm told on Twitter, where legal experts like Kathy Daffy also claim that she called in sick yesterday because she was afraid of the kids' testimony because it's heart-wrenching. Well, Kathy Daffy, just because she calls in sick, it won't change anything. Hank is still an asshole who will call kids to testify that they don't know anything. Because he has no case, he needs emotions. But if you believe that Bev said, "Oh, she's feeling a little under the weather, let's give her a day off," without saying she better prove she's sick. Then I have a slightly used bridge in Brooklyn you can buy from me. No, she's right, and I am wrong because Karen is guilty. I have been yelled at more than Jamie yells at me on a daily basis today on the Twits.
Well, you know, Baker, she was a federal agent, so she probably does know, actually.
She did take down the Medellin cartel alone.
Along with the Somali pirates.
Yeah.
Hey, Lori.
Hey, did you see her on Twitter for a couple of days? And now the Houthis has kind of stopped attacking ships down by Iran. I'm not saying she did it, but I'm saying
she might have saved the world.
I'm very curious to see if the children's testimony changed after a year being with Peg. Well, again, we know, and they're going to have a ring guy come in and certify. I jumped into the belly of the beast yesterday.
Oh, no. What did you do that
I watched
for?
1 minute of El Donkey the Clown talk about ring videos.
How'd that make you feel?
Like I had been to the dirtiest Taco Bell in America.
Hey, Mo.
Hello. Why are we talking about the dirtiest taco? I always come in on the weirdest times, don't I?
We're talking about Doink the Clown. Doink the Clown in his educational
27
programming he's got over
27 missing ring videos that we have 2 Commonwealth experts testify.
27.
There is no deleted. There's no evidence of deleted ring videos, and the only connection to the ring apparatus was John's phone. But he now claims that the kids will testify that Karen and her dad deleted those videos from John's room, even though I believe the son last year said there was a computer in the living room. It wasn't in the bedroom. But hey, why let the truth stand in the way of a good story?
Well,
I never had that problem.
I love when I'm setting up the chat for yours and I just catch a glimpse of my face, like confused when you're trying to tell me, like, no, Doink said that there were 27. And I'm like, didn't he hear Yuri say that there was no indication that Karen did any manipulation to the phone? I mean, if you don't believe us, believe Yuri.
How did he come up with 27?
It's a story they have been going with for 2 years now. And every time people are saying, well, it's been disproven, it's debunked, there was no deleted ring videos. They say, well, that's because I saw the great explanation was that Lally applied for the videos too late. And we know he did that because he asked, can we get access to it? And said, yes, just send us a court order. We'll send it to you. We deleted after 30 days. And then he waited like 32 days. And there was nothing. Funny enough, because imagine if some of it had been deleted at 12:30 in the morning, maybe. But since then, they have claimed that, well, it is there, but it's just because Lally made a mistake. Then some absolute intelligent guy said, well, he sent the wrong papers, but now Brennan has sent the right papers, so he will get the videos and the full extract. But if they delete it after 30 days, the data is gone after 30 days. It doesn't help that you write the right paper 3 years later. It's not how the world works.
Well, that's what the statement would be then, right? Like the ring guy would be like, well, we don't have anything available from that time period. And then Brennan would be like, you see, there's nothing available from that time period. And
she could have done it. Yeah, she could.
And then
except
Jackson
she didn't have access to
Right.
she didn't have access to any devices connected to the ring. But other than that, she could have done it.
So since I was out running around, did you guys watch the hearing yesterday or get any
Wasn't
info
televised.
about-
One guy was in the room. They called a sidebar, threw him out of the courtroom. So
What?
nothing.
It was a closed hearing then.
No, it was a sidebar. But we don't know what, if any, was discussed. Another thing, that the federal order to rehash the First Amendment zone was ordered yesterday. So she has till tomorrow to make a new ruling on that one.
Well, it turns out you shouldn't violate the First Amendment, Bev, and that's on you. You should know better. You're a judge in the United States of America. I assume you've read the First Amendment once or twice. I'm assuming that you've seen case law on the matter once or twice.
I would assume that Yuri would understand the Constitution and that the First Amendment doesn't cover work communications and general douchery, but...
Especially if you use your work phone for it. Then everything, even hooking up with your mistress, will be FOIA accessible. Will we find out again after the kids has beamed up what they say? Didn't we see statement last trial? We didn't see statements. We saw Aiden put out a condensed version of what was said by the kids. If they can report from it, I think either Sue Machado or Aiden or whoever is in court today will release snippets or the general gist of what was said. But last year, I think we only got the niece's take, and that was that they had arguments, and she had changed her story already from her first interview to then, but it was again they had arguments. But again, who hasn't had arguments in a 2-year relationship?
No kidding.
Yeah,
I haven't
and
because I haven't been in a 2-year relationship, but.
well, and let's be real. What kid actually understands why parents are fighting?
Nobody.
Because
Well,
looking back, I would think my mom was just fighting about nothing. I didn't understand the nuances of an adult relationship or any of that. So trying to get these kids who are, again, as a teen, are you totally up your mom's butt and how her relationship's going, or are you more worried about yourself?
And again,
I
if
was
they
more worried about
haven't,
myself, but I'm a selfish bitch, so there's that too.
Well, you're a teenager. Every teen is self-absorbed. You just have to have grace with them.
so Turtle Boy is allowed in court when the kids are on. He should be because he has no restraining order against him with the kids. And
I can't remember. I know in that hearing before this trial started, they may have tried to add the kids to his ban list or whatever. They tried.
yeah,
to,
but
I can't remember how it worked though.
That was because they filed a counter where it was just the same witnesses as the last time, and I actually think they narrowed it down so it's only the McAlberts that he can. I think the police officers couldn't even keep him out, but I'm not 100% sure. You'll have to ask Jemima. She probably read it. Both testified, and it was just that they had arguments, and they both said they didn't know if Karen had access to the ring on the computer. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, that's how I remembered it as well.
Yeah, the boy said she might have. That was the best they could get at the last trial. From what
yeah, and the computer was in the living room.
I thought there was a computer room in John's house. I thought he had a designated room for the laptop or whatever.
Okay,
So,
but
do
it
the
wasn't in
kids
the
not
bedroom.
have tablets?
It was not in the bedroom, no. Probably
Or
not. They
phones?
couldn't even have donuts.
But yes, this is showing that Hanky Panky is desperate because he now wants to go to that. Well, she's bad because she did something bad a month before in Aruba. He's trying to get the Aruba chicks in. The Aruba chicks will come in and testify. Karen was kind of an asshole, even though she paid for everyone. She blew up on the 304 because she believed John was doing something with her. Well, again, she's been home all night taking care of John's kids while John was hammered out of his head. And he's found with a 304 in the hallway. I could also, let's just say I've taken care of my girlfriend's kids, and I came into a hallway and saw her with a male 304. I might also say, hey, you better get your A's upstairs. And you better buy your ticket and go home because I'm not paying for you.
Better than me, because I'd have canceled everyone's accommodations, reversed the charges to me, got my own ticket home, and left them stranded.
Penny Express, all aboard.
I would have said nothing. I'd have packed my bags. I'd have been like, I'm not going to be all petty about this, and then cancel. And when I got, my phone blowing up, where are you? And we can't get home. No habla inglés. Sorry.
New phone, who dat?
Yep.
Stacy says, good morning, Baker and all. If Brennan gets the kids to lie, that's a new low for him. Disgusting. Probably can't cross-examine without risk. They won't be touched on cross-examination because it's the ultimate Fifi card. You can't do anything to the kids because they've lost so much.
No, and I do think that Jackson did a respectable job with Peggy. He said, ma'am, I'm sorry for your loss. No further questions.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably what they would do with the kids.
Yeah.
Depending on what they say, though, right? Like if these kids all of a sudden get up there and change their testimony completely, that might be an issue.
Definitely.
Do you remember when Colin said he got home last trial? 12:20, 12:50, 12:25. as far as I remember, and climbed 3 flights of stairs. What time did John ascend approximately 3 flights of stairs? 12:27, I believe it was. So it didn't line up. But again, we know Colin wasn't home at that time either way, because he apparently was calling Tom Beatty's or texting Tom Beatty's daughter to pick him up at 12:30, and she should just stop a big old D-bag in her mouth and shut up, as cute Jen told her. Didn't Yannetti give the girl a soft cross last time? I don't think they did anything. He might have asked 1 or 2 questions,
I
but
don't remember.
It's kryptonite. It'll blow up in your face if you make one of those people cry. Forget about it. Yannetti apologized to the kids for them having to testify. Lally objected. Bev sustained.
Yeah. I remember he did that. That I'm sorry you have to be here today.
Yeah.
He opened.
And we don't have a list of witnesses. We don't know anything. We just know what everyone else is speculating about on the Twits. And Mo, I know you have this feeling as well. Karen, of course, had a sick day yesterday because she was hungover, and Bev said, "I'll allow it." So,
yeah, and just to speak about chronic pain for just a minute, for all of the house-like, star diagnosticians out there, diagnosers out there who have never had a chronic issue themselves. Yeah, surely she's been faking it this whole time. Or maybe yesterday the pain was just so bad she couldn't, sit there and not cry. Yeah, we still do stuff with chronic pain. We, in fact, are the best maskers. Most of the time, you won't tell that we're in really bad pain until it gets to that point where we can no longer hide it. And then we still think we're doing an awesome job when we're not. But that being said, screw those a-holes. I'm so glad that you got your Johns Hopkins University medical degree in the last week since you were a constitutional scholar. But how about you shut the hell up about stuff you don't understand?
Get 'em, Mo.
I'm just throwing that out there.
I'm here for it.
what?
Now what?
I don't like it when Baker does that face.
Of course, canceled again today. I'm just going back to sleep. I'm not even.
Yeah, seriously. I'm taking a nap.
This is potentially worse.
We're
I don't
having
know what
court
the...
a full day.
No, we have the short bus stream. First of all, what is this symbol in the right corner? Valhalla and I have talked about it. It looks like the Nordic eternity symbol mixed with the Irish eternity symbol.
They claim it's a Celtic symbol of some kind.
Yeah, that's way too many arches in it, because normally we only have 3. You have the 3 pyramids like the Odinists use as well. That's the Nordic. The Celts have the rounded 3 rings.
That looks like what ChatGPT thought a Celtic knot would look like. If you ask me.
That's not a Celtic knot. Please just watch this. This is the short bus. It's Krusty, Boundless, I don't know who he is, El Caffey, the Daffy, and I don't know who the last one is.
Wait
just
a minute.
listen. Just listen to this.
Doofus's photo.
But
Glamour
listen to
shot.
this one.
So, weird laws.
Well,
Definitely
at least-
confirmed that age of consent for sexual intercourse in Massachusetts is 16. There you have it. Kate is right on.
Those teachers just had to wait a few more years, and they would have been in the clear.
Right.
No.
So,
Is he talking about Birchmore?
I don't know what they're talking about. I just saw this clip on the Twitch sweat. It's from Say Word. But first of all,
Wait,
Kathy the Daffy, why are you talking about the sexual age of consent? And second of all, why are you laughing about teachers should just have waited a few more years? the normal reaction if a teacher has touched anyone below the age of anything is, Mo,
Wood chipper.
what is the only correct answer?
Wood
Uh,
chipper.
Lord Chippy, and I do have a Lord Chippy song. But
You
yes,
can play
it's
it
Lord Chippy. Yeah,
This
I
is the
forgot.
only correct answer if anyone touches anyone that they are entrusted with.
I heard a new term yesterday. I think it was yesterday that I really enjoyed, and that's wood chipper American.
Oh my gosh, yes, please.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going with from now on. These people are wood
Also-
chipper Americans.
So what in the I need to be on a list where those teachers, those idiots, they should have just waited until those girls got graduated. Tell me you don't have children without telling me you don't have children, because son or daughter, teacher touched my kid, age of consent or not. Now you will be dealing with the terrifying vision of me doing the classic windmill from middle school as Mr. Mo holds me back, as I am one of those little puppies that's like, "Arr!" And he's gonna be like, Mo, and he's gonna be holding me back, and he's gonna be like, you don't want me to let her off the chain.
Probably about a teacher that was busted with. Yeah, but then you don't laugh. You don't say, it'll be okay if you just waited 2 more years to get those pictures. No, you say anyone who gets near, especially Kate, who should be very not confused, be very afraid something could happen to her kids, especially the 2 that she had to give up so she doesn't have them at home, and the allegations that is about one of her, but let's not dive into that. And the best FBI agent in history, if anyone asks about anything, should just say, oh my God, we have the best department. And I can tell you, we feed them to Snake Island the second they pop. She shouldn't say, confirmed the age of consent is 16. What the hell is... I'm sorry,
Actually,
I know
wait,
one of my...
Being aligned with touchers does make her Fed credentials grow up. I mean, I'm just saying, I have always questioned her Fed-dentials, but now that she's trying to, exonerate Epstein-like people, I think that her Fed credentials have gone up. Valhalla, I'm believing she truly was a Fed now.
Yeah, but
It's gross.
It's just
Gross.
And I know one of my regular viewers blew up on me
Fair
today
point.
because I said Kathy Daffy is an a-hole.
She is.
But this is the big anti-Karen Reach. This is on Plevin, Kate. It's all of their combined channels. And it's the big
And
one.
yet the IQ would not light a 40-watt bulb.
You're thinking way back in old school when we still had the glow bulb. It couldn't light up a diode. And that's less than 1 volt. But as a former Fed who is one of the greatest Feds in history, single-handedly took down Ortega's dictatorship. The only thing she should say if someone says anything about teachers touching kids was, I hope Johnny, I know he's a really good internet sleuth. I hope he got her or him. Right now, it's a lot of females who
Hers.
did it. I saw a teacher use the greatest excuse I've ever heard, which should put her twice through Lord Chippy. It's because she lost weight, so she had more sexual appetite. So she had to bang a 13-year-old.
What is wrong with people?
I don't know what's wrong, and especially female
Thank
teachers.
you, Jason. JJ. 4 teachers in 3 years here in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin. Yeah, again, female privilege. I am glad that these female teachers are now getting sent to federal prison. If you remember the first couple really cute female teachers, they were like, I have a drinking problem.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, it's not arsenic. That's your problem. Allegedly in Minecraft.
And Katie says, as a teacher, this is horrific. If anyone does this to one of my students or any child, I'll be like Mo. I'm always careful with my students. I did 3 semesters at Teachers College. We were every year you would go out and do like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks on the job training. And I said, because we had a big wave right then of sexual things with kids being disclosed. And I said, what do I do in a school if a kid comes up to me and say, my uncle touched my no-no place? What? I said, yeah, because I looked, the law in Denmark says we call it twice the obligation to report stuff. I know you have another word for it, but
mandatory reporters.
Yeah,
But basically, you're
mandated
mandated. If you
reporters.
see something, you are bound to say something.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, what do I do? Because, hey, if I don't go to someone, who at the school should I talk to? Never had that question before. That's a weird question. No, it's a really, really important question that we should know. Oh, we have court. And the kids is at school today. At court today, not
All
school.
right, so Mr. Clerk, you say counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Yeah, why don't you? Only 20 minutes late.
Well, that was a quick break.
Well,
Didn't take too long.
my cousin was arrested for texting underage girls when he was 25. He's now dead to me. I had a guy I was on a council board with in the housing I lived in before, and they found him with 2 terabytes of CP. I never saw him again, and good thing, because when I found out, I'm glad he wasn't there. Have a great day to you as obscure destinations outdoor. Who has snakes?
Nice.
Not nice.
I like it. What kind of
Oh,
snakes?
Mr. O'Keefe is back. Did you see all the sting guys Paulo Balls did the other day?
No. To
Oh,
who?
he was really looking, and then some people said, "Oh, look how Jackson is scared of him." No, he was talking to Mr. Wolf about. So he's looking in the same direction, but he's looking at Mr. Wolf. But Paul was in the background.
Yeah, he was. I didn't know if that was from current trial to the last trial, so I was going to ask you about that. But
Everything in this trial where he's in the back row, because the last time we had his glorious package displayed, like the
I'm glad
red rump
that's not a
on a
thing
baboon.
anymore. Is Erin O'Keefe there? Is she sitting next to Paul today?
I didn't, unless she has more blonde highlighted hair, I didn't notice her because I'm always looking for her dark.
I don't know faces.
Looked like she was sitting to the right of Paul.
O'Keefe looks brighter today. Yeah, maybe he took the kids. I think he's the only good person in that family. I'm sorry to say it. I know we should do the spiel and, oh, they lost. I really have no sympathy for Peck.
I had a similar rant yesterday on the goat walk. And I'm not even convinced that he's that great. Like, he just hasn't opened his mouth yet. He hasn't proven that he's a dick yet.
No, I think he
might
good.
be. He seems good. But, I wouldn't put it past him to prove me wrong before this is all said and done.
So was Canton built on an ancient Indian asshole cemetery? Was that what happened? The Native Americans put all their a-holes on top or in Canton, and
yeah, the only one who's showing John some respect is Papa O'Keefe. It's during the coup, Karen would go and take him to church because no one else wanted to do that, and that's just. I think that's why he doesn't show up. I think he's sick, but I also think that he is very troubled with what's going on. Because I think he likes Karen because she treated him well. And remember, John and Peck weren't talking at the time. She's kind of like the fake widow. That I'm so sorry now after I lost him.
That's Erin, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I missed her because I was looking at
Erin O'Keefe, Paul's wife, right behind.
I don't know. I don't do faces.
I think that's her. I haven't.
This one?
God, No, other side.
No, the one right
This one.
next to Paul. Yeah, with the darker hair.
Yeah, if the kids are there, she's probably there because they live with. Well, who do they live with?
We were talking about this yesterday in chat. They live with Peggy in their same house on Meadows.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I think they're just living with Peggy.
but Mr.
Okay,
O'Keefe
so-
doesn't live there, and Paul O'Keefe
No, he lives
and Peg,
at home.
Yeah, and Paul and his wife is also Aaron is on 2 different addresses as well.
I wonder where Paul's living then.
You can see it in the witness list. They may be the reason. They may be one reason Pegs hate her for being nice to John's father. That's what I thought the first time when I heard she took him to mass. I don't even think she's Catholic. No, she's. I think they had 2 different faith systems.
Denominations.
It was something with a D. Oh, look who's here! Look who's here!
Doink! You
Doink,
weird little
the clown, and he has had to cover up his computer because he has all the stupid weed stickers on it.
What is?
How old is Doink?
37, I think. He just lost his dad, and I love that Janetti went in and said, "We have our differences, but I feel sorry for you." That shows you how much of a man he is.
I
Yeah.
feel sorry for Doink too.
I
but
feel sorry for him.
Mostly
He
because
looks
I think
60.
there's something wrong with him. I think.
Yeah, it's the fetal alcohol syndrome is my biggest
Something.
concern about him. T-Rex says,
shouldn't be
I was trying
laughing
to
at
say something about cactus covered in hot sauce and trips to the center of the sun, but YouTube is censoring me. I get the gist of it. I think I broke Mo.
Who is Doink?
No, I was just going to get something off screen, so I was trying to be all
Doink is
respectable.
Brant Smith Ellis. He is a anti-free Karen reader. His mother is Wendy Murphy of the lacrosse grape case.
Duke lacrosse.
Yeah, Duke lacrosse. His mom represented the young woman that made false accusations, and even after admitting that she lied, Wendy Murphy still believes that she was in the right with that situation. And Doink very much has adopted her legal expertise, if you will, and has very, very just weird takes. He calls himself a towel and begs for pot money. It's weird.
He's a massive grifter, and he is very infatuated with Lindsay Gattani, the one who is claiming Aiden did something to her, and has been hounding her, and that's why he got in a feud with Kate Peters, Krusty Panties. It's a whole law. I should write a book about the idiots on the other side, but I have a hard time putting it into a children's book. I had an associate once, and he had a ton of K-pop stickers on his laptop. He went to trial with me once. He had to remove all the stickers, which he did because he's professional, unlike some. Hey, I have stickers on my laptop as well, but it's all company stickers because it says Swayshire and...
I have stickers all over my modem or my PC, my tower. So
I don't have... No. That's unprofessional.
Mr. Mo said I couldn't put any stickers on my tower because, well, he has to fix my computer.
I'll do what I want.
Yeah,
he's considering he's my IT help.
He's a free weed advocate, and he was very heavy into that. And then someone he was advocating with got nagged for being a nonce. The British people will know what that means. So he got a little quiet about that one. Oh,
he was a wood chipper American. Baker, he was a wood chipper American.
Why is DiPetro still allowed in? If he only took pics of the family, I dare him to post it. I still think he was after defense table pics or jury reactions. I didn't even know he has admitted to taking pictures because everyone was saying, no, he's just watching the trial because it's hard to see the screens from the journalist area. So, but I again, it's the same. Someone I was watching a new streamer, not a new streamer, but a new Karen Reed streamer yesterday, where they were talking about, well, all the perjury. Says there's no perjury as long as you're benefiting the state. It could be the same here. They don't care as long as it's not Aiden, because if it was Aiden, they would have seized his phone instantly.
Oh yeah, in a heartbeat. Lord Bynum, yes. IRL Towley.
All right, to the court, please.
So Karen left.
Maybe
She
she
ran out
didn't
of
want to
it.
be.
Maybe she's going for the bathroom.
Yeah, it might be that she's having a Crohn's flare.
It kind of looked like me when I'm turtling.
Yeah, it was a swift walk.
How'd that go? Outstanding.
Well, you know where you have to kind of squeeze, but you still want your arms to move faster.
That just made my whole
Sebastian,
morning.
we don't know. They had a sidebar that was 10 minutes long, and then when they shifted back, Karen dropped her clipboard on the table and kind of fast walked out the room, and now the jury is entering. I think maybe the kids will be first, so we can get it out of the way. And but I have no idea. No idea. Could be why they were called to the sidebar. We don't know. Sidebars are not nothing we know about. So
Could she be allowed to be out of the room when the kids are testifying to A, make it easier on the kids, or B, I don't know if she's allowed to not be
No.
in the courtroom. So
She has absolutely every right to be there for every proceeding involving her and her case.
well, yeah.
I don't know. In Denmark, they can ask the judge to take the defendant out, and they will then be placed in a room with audio access to the courtroom. We use it a lot in rape cases because
Yeah, that's
so. But you can clear the courtroom, so it's only the victim and the accused, and of course the prosecution and defense team. We do that, especially again in rape or CP cases. We will then say, "Hey, everyone out, only us, laymen and judge, and the lawyers." And in some cases, we will then. Sometimes the defendant will even ask about it. My daughter's calling. Sorry.
no problem. It's our channel now, Val. We get to do
We run it. In
Yeah.
America, you have a constitutional right to face your accuser, right? So
Yeah.
they wouldn't be able to just have testimony taking place without you.
I didn't think so, but I didn't know if she would want, out of her. What gets to me is as much as Karen said, hey, I didn't sign up to have kids. She worked, at least according to the text messages, she was trying to figure out this. Okay, I didn't ever expect my life to have kids in it. She was trying to help and be a good mother figure.
It seems like it. It seems like every picture I've seen of them, they're all, hugged up on her. They all seem to like her. And on the 28th, when they were fighting about the kids on text messages, it made it seem like she got along great with the kids. It seemed, in my opinion, like that was what the real issue was, that she was too friendly with the kids and John had to be the disciplinarian, and it was causing John to feel bad. And that seemed to be the actual issue in that fight.
Yeah, it seemed like John was tired of everyone kind of spoiling the kids. And it does happen when you're a parent, when, you have all of the everyday expenses on top of the getting the children done. So when aunt or uncle can get them that really expensive toy that you could, of course, get them if you didn't have to keep them fed and clothed, you do end up looking kind of like the a-hole, and it is upsetting. But yeah.
Jason J asked, Valhalla, do you really think the courts actually care about the Fourth Amendment, or the Sixth Amendment, let alone the Fourth? Well, not really. especially not in Canton.
And Old Line Red, you are fair to point out that John was clearly struggling. Yeah, it's a big step to go from the fun uncle to the parent.
Oh, for sure.
So, I can only imagine all the feelings they were having. I mean, poor Mr. Mo had to deal with my ridiculous behind last night. He cleaned the kitchen, kept it clean, and I started crying. And he's like, are you so happy the kitchen's clean? I'm like, you don't need me anymore. And he's like, I don't know where this is coming from.
Trust me, Mo. You can clean the kitchen next time. I won't do it again. I promise. I promise.
He was like, I don't know why you're feeling sad about me cleaning, but I'll listen to your feelings. And that was a mistake because then it was 15 minutes of him looking at me, just trying to remember not to be thinking about why glue doesn't stick to the bottle, the inside of the bottle before you use it.
Never mind. Okay. Good thought.
Basically, whatever it is he thinks about when I'm babbling about my feelings, because he's usually confused by the end of what I'm saying.
Talking about emotions. Stop it.
Yeah, he's like, but the kitchen is clean. I was like, I'm talking about my feelings. And he's like, could we talk about cleaning the kitchen instead? Squad Bob, if y'all don't stop putting that voodoo out in the universe, I'm going to send child support to all of y'all's. Don't think I can't do it.
That ain't how it works, Mo. That ain't how it works. This
Yes,
isn't Chat's baby. You can't calm down, Laura Owens. All right.
Yeah, huh? Pretty sure it was a public restroom in Chat.
Baker's in private chat. He thinks that the kids are up right now, which could be the case. I don't know though. They haven't even brought the jury in, right? They were about to.
Did Bev ever do any ruling on the Aruba stuff, or is that going to come out like 3 weeks from now as per usual?
Who knows? There was something, that ruling yesterday wasn't very long. It was only like 10 or 15 minutes, I think. And I'm not sure what they actually ruled on. And Bev, she doesn't like to rule like on anything in the moment. She needs a week or two for her law clerks to write up her opinion for her so she knows what to say.
ChatGPT is quicker. You'd think she'd have something figured out by now.
Yeah, but then she'd have to like type and stuff. She's not doing all that. She's got law clerks.
Not if she gets Dragonfire. You can just speak into your microphone and it dictates everything out.
You start sending texts like Dave, almost discernible. He uses that speech to text.
No,
it's so
this
hard
is
to
an
read.
actual program for like writers and people that have disabilities that make typing hard. So basically, you do a couple sentences, it listens to the way you dictate things, and then you can do like new paragraph, indent, and then you do have to do like at the end of the period a period or stop, and hope it doesn't write out period, because.
Yes, Jen, the couch fairy, she can waive her right to not be there, but I don't know why she would, right? I wouldn't. Who knows? Especially here with all the nonsense this court system's had going on. I sure the hell wouldn't waive that right. And you can lose that to a certain extent as well, right? Like remember Daryl Brooks? He got sent to the other room. He got sent to timeout.
Yeah.
If you're disrupting the proceedings and you're being a insubordinate ass, so to speak, then yeah, you could lose that. It was dumb. It's just a character assassination, and I have very little. It has very little to do with the actual case.
Well, it's also another crazy thing that the state's going to have to explain or try to tie in. Again, the state doesn't need to prove motive. Why are we bringing this up? All the state needs to prove is that she hit him with his car and left.
Well, they can't do that, Mo. That's the problem.
True.
They can't do that. So they have to use all of these other tricks and tactics and whatnot.
Now I do. Oh, go ahead.
I got nothing. I was going to say it says short break while jury enters down at the bottom. So that's what I'm going with for now.
Well, can't remember last time. I know Yannetti apologized, but we didn't show the children. Have there been any motions for this trial to change anything about how they testify?
No, I believe the kids are still testifying off camera. I believe.
Okay,
I
well,
could be wrong.
yeah, well, I didn't know if maybe since it's taking longer, if they weren't allowed to stream it whatsoever.
You are unmuted. She's an adult, not a kid. She's not 18 yet, I don't think. I think she's probably, 15, 16, something like that. And the boy, I think, is like 12, 13, maybe 14.
I don't remember, to be honest. Is the jury quiet quitting? Are they walking as slow as possible to show Bev how it feels when people waste their time?
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk
He
Superior Court,
offers 70% animal for
by name,
Beverly
give your
Cannoni.
attendance, and you shall be heard.
Closed
State of
caption
Commonwealth
is
of
on
Massachusetts.
fire.
Court is now open.
It always
May be
is.
seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar comments. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do
We've been trying to cut down on sidebars, so we took a sidebar real quick.
Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable, and I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court.
Find a mic, Bev.
I do
Find
have
a
to
mic.
ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or should. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
All right, ma'am.
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
First clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the
Oh,
jury
for God's sake.
is clip 20.
Another out of context video clip that has nothing to do with the night of.
20 seconds of stupid. Of course, that could lend you with 18 years of responsibility, so wrap it up.
If you guys had really been going at it, this was sort of had like a last date element to it.
Do we got a booster, Baker?
John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
And off camera. All right. Yeah, those video clips, in my opinion, didn't really hurt Karen. They may have even helped her more than anything. She's talking about how John's emotions wouldn't have been all that strong, and all that does to me is indicate that their relationship wasn't quite as deep, intense. I don't know the right words.
Oh, it says no audio or video allowed this time.
Yeah. That was how it happened last time too. They didn't put the kids on the internet or anything.
Well, that's good. I got that clip 20 was we're never breaking up. Mr. Mo was telling me how we're just going to get the oven fixed instead of getting a new one. So what was the second clip about?
She was talking about how she didn't think John, if John saw the Higgins text, she didn't think he would have been really all that upset. She was like, yeah, we probably would have broke up, but he wouldn't have been like angry about it. He would have just, his emotions weren't all that strong.
And I think, look, as a woman, as Karen, you're not asking these questions. Do you care about me? Do you love me? Unless you're picking up general, just kind of effed off in your other partner. Now, Karen does seem like she's a little bit more clingy, but John was giving a lot of mixed messages like, look, I just, we're here, but, don't mess with the kids, but also I need you to watch the kids.
Again is live from Dedham Max for the Karen Reed trial.
We can hear that, Baker.
Talking Karen Reed with a live
Baker, make it stop. Baker, make it stop.
Tonight, 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. As Sean Diddy Combs faces a federal jury, Court TV's Kelly Craft is live from New York.
It was an emotional day.
Well, this
This
is awesome. Hey, Marissa,
Diddy
where are you
sex
at?
trafficking trial. Live updates on Court TV.
Oh, they said bad words. We can't have those.
Yeah,
words.
seriously, we already have a morning where it is definitely limited because of John's arm. Because I did do
Yeah.
the review and they're like, no, it's still bad.
Yeah,
And I'm
they
like,
just got
I
back
didn't
to me
even
this
say
morning.
the C word. Like,
Baker's fine, y'all. He's on the phone. He's got real life priorities taking place. Okay. What were we
So-
talking about? I totally lost my train of thought because of the stupid Court TV
here
thing.
Here as like a real live having kiddo parents, I can tell you that this is the dumbest thing to try to bring kids in to explain an adult relationship, because I can tell you truthfully that even my older son, who is almost 13, can barely figure out when my husband and I are happy with each other or upset with each other, because he's just into his own life. Like, he isn't paying attention.
Thank you, Marissa. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're, any kind of half decent human, your teenage or preteen children shouldn't know what you're fighting about anyway, right? Like,
True.
we're not talking about like, you tip too high at the restaurant or something, you spent money and bounced a check and didn't tell me about it kind of thing, and now it's a pain in the ass for a week. It's a little more nuanced. It's a little more adult than all that.
And unless you can actively hear, which, I mean, let's be real, they're both from Massachusetts, so I'm sure that any arguments weren't quiet. You still
Right.
don't get the full context of, you're a pervert. Well, you're a bitch. I mean, you don't get the underlying things that cause that.
Hell, we don't even really.
Well,
right?
half the
Like,
time, I
there might
don't
have been
know.
more to it. There might have been more to it, or it might have just been the fact that he got caught making out with that Aruba chick.
True.
It also might have been a little bit of projection because she's talking to Higgy Bear.
Ew. Karen, explain yourself. Like, I understand you were in dire need of affirmation, but that's what Oprah is for.
Who's the is it Maury Povich, the white guy
Yes.
in New York? Man, I stumbled on, he's still doing that show. He's still doing
Yes.
the what the hell is it? The DNA tests or whatever, where he's like
Yes.
trying to find the parents. He's still doing it. It was amazing. It was like, wow. I thought this stuff stopped a long time ago. Nope.
No, there are still women who are on a quest to find their baby daddy. And he's there to help
Ridiculous.
them.
You are not the father.
I always love the one where, let's be real, it's a bit of a me, myself, and Irene situation going on. And the Jim Carrey dad is like, no, he's totally mine. And everyone in the audience is like, he's like, we had some Mexican in our history. And you're like,
What did I come back to?
we were talking about who the dad is.
Maury Povich. You are not the father.
I've only seen that in clips in other movies. It's a thing
amazing.
in America.
It is
just
one
so
of our
you're
great exports.
Just so you're aware, Marissa had to jump in and mute the video real quick because Court TV commercials started playing. So just so you know.
Thank you, Marissa.
Yes, thank you, Marissa.
My daughter had a court summons, so she wanted to talk to me about that.
What'd she do? Is she the defendant?
She didn't mute my end. She works as a bartender and witnessed a fight, so she has to do that. So that's why she just wanted to talk about how do you do and what should you say and do you have to say yes, Your Honor, and stuff like that. And I said no, it's very low key. Just come in, be there 10 minutes before because we hate waiting. Just be low key. Don't tell stories when they ask you for something. Keep it as short as possible, and just say, "Yeah, I saw Johnny stand up and go over and punch him in the face and run off. That'll be fine. It'll take 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and you'll be out again, and you'll be paid $10 plus driving expenses."
Maury Povich is married to Connie Chung.
Yeah, has been forever.
I knew that. I just always forget it because two more mismatched people. I would like she's doing hard hitting news and he's doing you are not the father and you're going to the ranch.
KLF saying that the show ended years ago. That makes me so sad. I thought it was a live show the other day.
Now it's going to be Maury, only spelled with M-O. I am taking it over.
Witness a fight here in the U.S. We, the people, have no legal obligation to help cops with their investigation. She's called as a witness, so like every other witness, she will be called in. Be reminded of her. We don't swear in. We just say, hey, you're called in as a witness, which means everything you say must be true. If you're not truthful, it can lead to a penalty. You will be asked by the prosecution, then you'll be asked by the defense, perhaps, and maybe I will have some follow-up questions. That's the judge who will instruct them that they have the jury obligation. Everyone in Danish court system has an obligation to tell the truth, except the defendant. The defendant is allowed to lie on the stand. Most of them do.
Which is, well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like even here, most defendants lie on the stand. But it's kind of weird that they don't have to swear an oath. But I guess it also makes sense because most of them lie, right? So it's I didn't do nothing, Your Honor. Well, we caught you with the firearm and the spent casing and blood on your shoes. Didn't do nothing. Okay.
I still love that guy who were 3 different places until they showed him the police report. He said, "Oh yeah, that's right. I was apprehended at that place." He was in a total two different places, like 100 kilometers away from Denmark at that time, or he was at home with his mom. And then they said, "But weren't you questioned by the police at this place?" "Oh yeah, that's correct." He didn't. He was such a good liar. I think he was on the stand for 3 days, and he was fighting really hard because he was getting deported if he was found guilty in some of it. And we had the first day we just had every court session is audio recorded in Denmark, and then they'll try and transcribe it when we're done, and we'll have that to read the next day if we need it. But because our judge's secretary said, I can't follow along in the story because he's 20 different places at the same time. So we had, and that's the only trial I ever had it. We had the audio recording. We had a court reporter sitting there and at lunch break, she came over and said, "Can any of you tell me what happened at this time?" And I said, "I'm looking forward to reading your notes tomorrow because I have no idea." So those pictures you have with some Colombian recreational product on a table, is that yours? I don't have those pictures, but this picture is from your phone. I don't know. Next picture, him holding a baggie and taking a selfie. I didn't know what it was. Why were you in that apartment? I was visiting a friend. So your friend is the one who deals this. I don't know anyone who deals anything.
Oh my God, Baker, he is going to get deported straight into Canton to take a trooper test, and he's going to be their very next star trooper.
Right. Replacing Proctor as Yuri's partner.
Yes.
Funny thing. We found him guilty in minor things. They wanted to have him as mastermind behind some robberies, but they could prove he had been in the area, and he kind of did confess it, but then withdrew his confession and stuff like that. So we couldn't really pin it on him. It was minor stuff we could pin on him. Then maybe 2 months later, I'm driving to the gym, and the only time I have ever heard someone being, normally you will hear the police is on the lookout in this town for a guy roughly 6 foot, long blonde hair, looks kind of like he's been hit in the face with a shovel. If you see him, please contact police. This one, it was with his name, and I was like, oh, I know that guy.
Oh my God.
Then he apparently was apprehended. Then he was sentenced to, I think, 2 years in prison, and then deported or up for deportation from Denmark. Then I had a trial 3 months ago, and I was sitting here reading and said, oh, that guy, I've sentenced him before. And she said, well, most people have. So they are seven siblings. 6 of them are boys. One of them is still in Denmark. You can get like the yellow card deportation notice. So if you do it again, we will throw you out. 5 of them has been deported. The dad has been deported. The last one has a yellow card. So he will probably, because family business isn't taking care of elderly people. So that's fun sometimes in court. Will we get some insight in the current testimony at some point? If it comes up on Twit, I will talk about it. But Ted Daniels says we are prohibited from posting the testimony of the minors live as it happens, but we can take notes. So later, maybe. And T-Rex, I think that's on Valhalla's channel. So I heard that Baker is going to wear an American cape to Dollywood Valhalla. Are you going to be out American by a Danish person? I will not be wearing a cape because I am too fat and too white to enjoy the humidity in Tennessee. So I will be dressed lightly.
Ooh, Baker's wearing fishnet, y'all. Allegedly.
I'm in the UK waiting for my son. Someone back past and said, oh, I love Baker. Free can read. Oh.
Ooh, getting famous over here. Remember me when you get to be a big person.
So this is what I want to do. Let's kick the other ones. I'm the big dog now. I'm the big kahuna. I am the 5 inches in the swimming pool.
Well, considering I shouldn't have any inches, I'll leave you and Valhalla to duke it out on that one. When we come to the wet t-shirt contest, I think I have a dead set win, though.
Christina Rex, but is she in court today? I don't think she's in court today. I saw Sue and was it? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm really bad with faces. Let's see if I can find Christina Rex. Maybe she's one of the people who have been blocked. I've been blocked by Wendy Murphy. which really ruined my. I was doing these. What does the other side say when they're stupid segments? Now I have fewer, but still stupid people. Judge apologized for delay today and cancellation yesterday. Hank Brennan is now going to place clips on screen. That's the last thing she wrote. So she's not putting anything up either.
Well, I imagine everyone's taking really good notes.
Yeah, it's kids, so they will do whatever they can to also protect them a little bit.
Well, yeah, I don't imagine this is going to be long testimony because Lally was basically asking, were they, I don't know how they weren't at least audio, the interviews weren't, or the testimony wasn't audio released because I have a distinct memory of Yannetti saying, I'm sorry, you have to testify.
I'm pretty sure that he said it later, or in some. I can't. Yeah, I can remember something. Oh, she did. She deleted what she was put on next. Okay, and then she got the memo late. What do we think is the objective of this testimony? Touch the fifis. It's getting people to feel sad. It's the same reason they put Peck up there to cry.
Yeah, I do wonder if it was strategic to put on a very emotionally charged set of witnesses after Yuri, who they probably had to know was going to get really beaten down by the defense.
Yeah. But they don't have any factual knowledge. If they have found new factual knowledge since the last trial, where they also made up new factual knowledge, it's because they have been prepped really hard. We know that the Mean Girls of Canton has love bombed Peggy, and she believes them over anything on the planet. And I think they might have used her to get to the kids and implanted some memories, which is really sad for the kids because the kids actually like Karen Reed. She said in one of her interviews that she didn't think she could live without Karen Reed. And then at trial the last time, she was just talking about how bad everything was. We know the son lied about, well, I want to say lied with a kid that young. I would say he has had memories planted because they had this argument over at dinner that didn't make sense when you heard the context of it. So they changed that, I think, to some takeaway dinner or something like that. There was some things where you could clearly see, and I don't want to blame kids for lying.
No, and
believe
it
me,
could be that, it's like when you're 7 and you misremember something. Or Baker, is there a film that you watched as a kid and then you watched it as an adult and you realized there were a lot of things you didn't pick up on as a kid?
Yeah.
So it could be that he's misremembering or he's adding things as other people have talked about it. It really is hard for kids to kind of separate, okay, well, Auntie so-and-so said this happened. Maybe I misremembered it. Because as a kid, you're going to trust Auntie so-and-so instead of yourself.
Yeah, and this is kind of like Zachariah Anderson's daughter, who clearly remembered different things. All of a sudden, there was a pew, and that was so weird. But you can do that with kids because kids are easily manipulated. You see that in every divorced household. I could tell if you see this part of Denmark. This is the part where that's a peninsula. That's where my wife lived, and I live on a little island here. So we had to cross a bridge. Every time we crossed that bridge, if we drove towards me, my daughter would liven up and start talking about how her schoolwork was and what she's been doing. When we crossed it the other way, she would kind of be, I don't want to talk to you. And that's because kids are fiercely loyal to parents, even if it's bad parents. We know this from SA cases. They will excuse almost everything. People who has abuse problems, drugs or other abuses, they will go to the end of the earth telling them they were the greatest parents in the world, because kids are fiercely loyal. And if these people have spent 3 years bad-mouthing Karen, they will badmouth her as well, because they were so young. It's the
Well-
kid, the son is like, it's a quarter of his life.
Well, also imagine living with Peg, and she doesn't seem to be the most loving or she doesn't seem to be the most affectionate woman. But if you get positive reactions when you also badmouth Karen,
Yeah.
Karen is going to become your new, favorite verbal punching bag, because that's the time that you get, praise from Peg. Now, this is just speculation. I don't live in their house. I wouldn't live in Massachusetts. You can't pay me enough. It's kind of like Arizona.
If
there's a bridge, it's still an island.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
She's from Scotland. They
weirdos.
Oh.
Yeah.
Island envy. My island's more isolated than yours. I didn't even know we had island measuring contests.
We have islands where we have to do genealogy, so we don't Kentucky the whole population.
Kentucky,
Scotland the Brave. That's actually a marching song, Scotland the Brave.
Oh. I thought it was funny.
No, there is no jury list. We don't know. Everything has been out of order. Everything, again, we don't know anything. Who's going to call, who you're going to call. It could be the ring guy, because they asked for a time last week in this week. So it could be the ring guy. If you go by the logic of Brennan, it could be a proctologist, because I don't know why he's calling people in the order other than to confuse people. But I think maybe the ring guy, maybe the crash guy, or maybe the ME. And I think he could end by Friday this week.
Yeah, we were given kind of, inside scuttlebutt that they were really, really shaving this case down. But then we also have the mixed signal of, we want to bring Aruba in now.
I watched my first anti-Karen prosecutor and defense attorney called Hidden Killers. I resist this urge to turn them off to hear the other side. Trust me, big old gossip session and Jackson envy. That's the problem, because people like Granda, or Doink, as I call him, will do the, 17 videos, blah, blah, blah. But he will try and claim he has some evidence. But then you go on to Cafe Daffy, and they will just sit there and say, I don't like women who are good at their jobs and who has success, because I'm kind of famous and I don't get recognition. I actually took down Al Capone single-handedly. But because of misogyny, they called me Elliot Ness in the book.
Don't give Netflix any ideas, because they are going to remake it, and Halle Berry is now going to be Elliot Ness, which, if she wears really tight suits, I think we can all agree, yay for history.
Interesting, especially given that not proven they haven't talked about how John died yet.
We have no idea. All we know is that they found him in a yard and there was taillight pieces after they already secured the vehicle. That's all we know.
I'm stuck here in Boston, Massachusetts due to my firefighter career. I'm already 12 years paying into the pension. Yeah, that's always the thing when...
And I'm just giggling at your name, Uri's Webster's Dictionary. So I wasn't laughing at you having to stay there in Massachusetts. I was laughing at your name.
Benefit, you can drink on the job as a firefighter, because they're cop adjacent, and cops needs a BAC of at least 0.2. I guess, well, that's how I read it. Legally speaking, John isn't dead yet. Yeah, kind of, because other than opening statements and Jens and Carrie talking about how horrible it was to find him and he wasn't breathing, no one has testified that John died, because no one from the EMTs could testify he died. Well, Bukaki kind of said he saw him at the hospital after he passed, but no one has testified that John is dead. So right now he's Schrodinger's John in this case.
Schrodinger's John.
Thank you, Betty Swallows, for
real
2
dirty.
months. The kids are on right now, Katie Rose. You haven't missed anything.
You haven't missed
we started
anything.
we started with a sidebar 20 minutes late. It was a 10-minute sidebar. When they came back, Karen kind of ran out of the courtroom, looked really weird, and then they went on, let's film the ceiling while the jury enters, and that went on for 20 minutes.
Give or take.
And then they cut off the feed.
Yeah, then a Chiron came up that no audio or streaming would be available for minor witnesses. I think we had a serious question in your chat, Baker,
Not on this channel.
from Shore Life Creations. Okay, serious question. What if the state were to rest and the defense were to rest, or were to just say, we rest? What do you think the jury would do? So basically, at the end of the state...
Find her guilty in driving under the influence. Is there any proof? No, but they heard she was drunk. She admitted to be drunk. I still think that's the biggest problem. They will, like the first jury, sit in there and say, well, she was drunk. I still can't see them get to murder too. But the jury, because juries are juries, I still think we'll try and get the lesser included in the OVI.
Yeah.
And even though I looked at it and I couldn't see there was lesser included, I think either Brother Counsel or maybe Peter Traegers or maybe someone talked about lesser included in that sentencing. So I'm kind of like, if there's no manslaughter, there's no manslaughter. It's, yeah. Only witness, if I remember correctly, to say John died was Peggy. No, both Carrie and Jen said he was just lying there. He was dead. He just passed away. We lost our good friend.
And the defense has also used it and alluded to John being dead when they ask every single professional person, you now know at some point in this investigation, this was a death of a police officer. This was a fellow police officer being dead.
Her official charges are second-degree red rum with no lesser included, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence that has a lesser included of involuntary manslaughter, and negligent motor vehicle homicide while operating under the influence. And then the third charge is leaving the scene of a fatal crash, which doesn't have any lesser included.
Yeah, and that's why I think they will be fighting on the two lesser included in the OVI. Yeah, I know, no accident, no OUI lesser included, but there is a lesser included. And again, juries, this is the thing I keep reminding people, because people are saying, well, there's no proof. There doesn't need to be any proof. There's 12 people who will decide if they think she's guilty. And she can then appeal it if it's clearly that they just pulled it out of their a-holes. But a jury can, right the second the defense rests, say, Your Honor, we voted on it. She's clearly guilty. Murder, OUI, leaving the scene, all of it guilty as sin. And we will all sit here and say, but they didn't prove it. Doesn't matter. You face 12 of your peers, and they have the power. I got the power.
And there's a reason that judges, tell you that jury nullification is illegal, because juries can nullify.
No, it's not illegal. It's illegal to mention.
It's illegal to mention, but juries can definitely.
It's not illegal to mention. It's just really frowned upon. Like, you're not going to get a charge for bringing up jury nullification. Look
I
at Brooks.
see
He can get an
better-
extra charge.
I see Betterow saying, regarding the last clip in which Karen Muses speculates on how she believes John would react in discovering the Higgins text, why was that admissible? It is certainly an admission, but admission of what? The defendant wildly speculating on how John theoretically would react if he knew about the text. That clip should have been dismissible. Should have been admissible for speculation about another state of mind based on factual assumptions and also on relevance grounds. If any event should have been inadmissible. Sorry. In any event, these out of context snippets makes the prosecution look desperate. I didn't hear them because that was just when I ended. So again, some bullshit that had nothing to do with anything.
You can go back and listen to it again if you want.
Yeah, I don't need
about 3 minutes.
I have these very low cringe barriers, and those clips I can't watch them. It's just too stupid.
I did realize this time though that before they play the clips, they tell where it's from, right? So the jurors know she was interviewed by Dateline. They know she was interviewed by the other one. I can't remember what it was called. ID something.
Yeah.
So here is the other flaw in the premise of using these media interviews. On average, the average American, only 30% actually believe what is going on in the mainstream media or what the mainstream media puts out. Now, with that sort of general landscape, would that be the authority you would go to? I know they're her own words, but every single American understands, most of them do, that things can be edited, taken out of context, and that thing. I mean, that's basically a big part of a lot of issues we're having here lately. So again, it might be an odd source to go to kind of beg authority from the jury.
So to find her guilty of DUI, again, I believe in Massachusetts it's DVI, but again, it's a DUI.
It's not a charge. She's not being charged with a DUI. Period. She's not. There's one reckless manslaughter charge. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So it's not a DUI charge. It's a manslaughter while operating.
It's an OVI manslaughter. She's operating a vehicle while intoxicated. It's an OVI. It's a DUI. It's just they have different words for it. But to find her guilty, they don't have to find her guilty of leaving the scene because she can have accidentally struck him. Manslaughter means it's an accident. She didn't plan to do it. She didn't understand she hit him and she just left the scene. That's so because there has to be some form of knowledge of she left the victim there to die for the third. 1 and 3 needs corpus mentis. No, that's not the word. It needs knowledge. The first and the third. The second one just needs John to be dead and her driving a car that hit him. That's all. But that's the problem because juries really like compromises. And that's why I think it's BS that you can throw in compromise sentencing. If they want her for murder 2, it's murder 2.
Well, and let's be real. If you're like me, when I started watching trials, I thought the state would never bring you into court unless they had all the stuff to prove that you were guilty. Like, our judicial system wouldn't waste money on stupid, dumb cases. When I was a baby Mo, just starting watching trials, I was like, the state wouldn't do anything that ridiculous and underhanded. They're the state. And then I started watching trials and I was like, screw the state. I became Dale Gribble.
Is he the guy who built his own?
From King
Dale
of the Hill.
He's King of the Hill.
No, I thought the guy who had a little had a bulldozer and a little.
No, that's someone else.
Oh, what the hell is that guy's name?
Will the jury be able to decide on each charge this time, unlike last time? Yes. Wasn't that an issue last time? Yes, it was an issue, but we also have to, because normally the verdict sheet will be a part of the charging conference thing they have where they discuss closing arguments and all of that. So if it was part of that, it was an oversight by the defense, in my opinion, because they have to be aware that Bev is as biased as she is. But they caught it. They changed it, but it was the instruction was worse than the piece of paper, because the instruction was you must agree on every count before you can write something down. And I think that was wrong that the defense allowed that instruction to come in. Because it's as you go on, you mark off, and if you are hung up on something, then you can return to us. Yes, she did, and then she had to. There's a lot of things going on, and I think there's a lot of things. Well, she did end up changing it because they argued it, but it was after it had been given to the jury. They should have caught it in the closing argument. Not closing argument, the jury instruction debate. They should already have had it before the jury got that piece of paper. But she claimed that that's how we do it. You know that, Mr. Yannetti. And then she changed it. Again, the chances that the feds are doing anything in this case is about as high as the lizard people will give up their control of the world. But Bev has changed her tune since Mr. Wolf testified that the DOJ had contacted him after his testimony, or at the same time of his testimony in the first trial. So Dale Gribble. She clearly has changed her attitude in some point. She's still a cowback, as what's her name?
Steph
the alternate says. She's still a cowback, but she's not as big a cowback. I've noticed that she's more lenient with Alan Jackson this time around, letting him.
Since the DOJ got mentioned, since she found out they were paying attention to the first trial.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was right after that she did that whole like, I know your points, Mr. Brennan, but in order to give Karen Reed the best, Constitution, I was like, her and the word Constitution have not been in a sentence since 1973. So, and
have any of you seen the people have cleared up the video? Yes, and I've also seen he wears the shoe that was found at the street. I've also seen that a UFO hit John O'Keefe. I've seen that it was El Chupacabra that tore up his arm. I have enough faith in the defense team that they probably know what they're doing. I know there's a lot of people out there who wants to be Matlock and solve the case. I'm pretty sure that we don't know as much as they do, because what you have seen is photographs of a video played in a courtroom. It's already shitty video. And then you run it through your screen capturing another screen. And then you can blow it up, and you can do and say, well, it looks like I saw one. Well, he's wearing Brian Higgins is wearing Kevin Albert's beanie. It's a black beanie. There's roughly 1 billion of them in the world.
Roughly.
Yeah, just
give or take 1 billion. But my problem is, this case is a crazy case to begin with. This case is also a case where there's a lot of potential to make a little of the old denarios if you get a lot of clicks and likes and views. I'm not talking about super chats, but if you can get 5,000 people to watch this trial coverage on your channel, you can make $50, $100 in ad revenue on a stream. So if you are the one who goes out there and say, kind of like a certain guy at the golf, I have special knowledge, people will go to see your special knowledge. And it might be something, and it might very well be nothing. So on this channel, we try to stick to what we see in court, because that's what counts. The jury didn't go to Sean of the Golf's channel and see his special breakdown of his team in Canton. I know everyone wants to solve the case. I know everyone thinks they see something. I've done it myself. I talk to people. They say, but have you seen this? And at the end, I have reached the conclusion. Karen Reed has 4 lawyers present in the courtroom. She has, I believe, 10 paralegals from Harvard working along with the case. All of these people might be a little bit smarter than me, and they have access to the raw footage, which I don't have. It's the same, everyone claiming that the videos have been enhanced. No, it's because the lighting in the courtroom is different this time around. There's a lot of people who really want to be first instead of being right. And that's why you won't get all the hot takes on this channel. You will get me singing Aqua songs. You'll get Valhalla talk about the time he had to extract a tooth from one of the goat's behinds. And Mo will tell you how not to have babies.
How I had to do the same with a feral kid. So Valhalla and I will just talk kids, both the 4-legged and 2-legged variety. And thank you, Jude Curio, for gifting 5 Mo in the Deep End memberships. So welcome, Reloaded, Erica Thorpe, Factual Lie, M169, Haley Mouse. So way to go.
And Melanie had a Massachusetts lawyer who think it might be a bad idea to call Proctor and Higgins. I would call Proctor. Higgins, I don't care. He's ruined. But and we have his text messages. I would call Proctor to get the balloon knot.
Higgins was listed as a third-party culprit, though. So
yeah. But you can still keep him as the boogeyman. But they haven't. Yeah. He's not listed as a. It's not like the jury get. Oh, by the way, this is our third-party culprit list. But they can mention him.
Yeah, so, I think of the two, Proctor is much more damaging to the state's case. So if I only was going to pull one, I would pull Proctor.
He's directly involved in the case. The other one is just a guy who could have done it. Is any of the attorneys taking discounts for helping Karen? Every single one is pro bono now.
Every one of them is now? Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
As far as my understanding is every single one is working for free.
That's wild.
So we need Hickey to talk about throwing away his phone. It's not important.
And then I know that Bev gave the ARCA guys until May the 8th to finish their report. Do we have any confirmation they finished or?
Nope. It would be impounded anyway. We don't know what reports are out there. It's impounded.
I'm sure they have. I don't think ARCA's missing a deadline.
Well, no, we just hadn't heard anything, and I was trying to fill time. I was like, maybe we heard something. Also, love my shirt today. Kind of care, kind of don't.
Outstanding.
The lawyer said that giving him his wife and sister a chance to explain could work against the defense. Well, his wife and sister is not on the witness list, as far as I know. And again, if they don't call them by the state, then they would have to call his wife and sister in rebuttal to restore his credibility, which you can't call a rebuttal witness to testify about another man's character, as I understand it. So because his wife and his sister doesn't know anything about how bad a person he was, calling her a flat-assed, and I want a flat ass, but
unless you have to sit on it, then it doesn't really provide as much help as you need.
No, but it still hurts with my fat ass. But if they're just there to say, well, he was a bang-up guy at home and he could never do anything, it has nothing to do with it. Proctor is an asshole in his text messages. I would call Proctor to get his text messages in. I want the balloon knot. I want that she's kind of hot if you like them crazy. I want because it shows that the police investigation was heavily biased against Karen Read from the beginning. That leads to the Bowden defense that shows they didn't do enough, which, by way, leads to the third-party culprit that Higgins or Brian Albert could have done it. Would I call Higgins or Brian Albert? No.
I think I might. I think I might. I think I might get the cell phones being gone the day before the court order thing. I might want that in.
Yeah.
The two guys at the house that likely.
I wouldn't. Again, what was the problem in the first case? The jury didn't give two fucks about the third-party culprit defense. Stop talking about the third-party culprit defense, talk about the Bowden problem. They never investigated the leads.
I think they're doing a much better job this time around, though.
But the jury don't care.
Last time it was super confusing and nobody was really keeping up with what the hell
jury didn't care at all about the third-party culprit. They didn't care. They were just they're trying to blame someone else.
It's a different jury, though.
It is.
It's a different jury.
Can we talk about that juror who goes on, I think it's NBC, and talks about the case? He seems really weird.
Haven't noticed. Haven't seen him. No
idea. The guy who was on Aiden's channel, I think he likes the spotlight a little too much.
Oh, Ronnie?
Yeah.
I mean, that being said, if I could milk the hell out of 6 weeks of painful jury duty, I'm doing hot tub streams as a former, Karen Reed jurist breaks down SpongeBob.
I heard Victoria George were going to be working behind the scenes. They probably just had her show up to really stick it to Bev. No, she has turned against the defense team now. I saw this, absolutely confirmed. It was on Twitter yesterday. That's why there was no trial yesterday, was because Victoria George has turned against the defense team. She was called in to help with jury selection. So she prepped, first of all, she did an 8-week trial. Then she prepped for jury selection, helped with jury selection, have sat through 4 weeks of trial now, and then she found out that she has been duped, and now she has turned state witness.
What a stupid take. Who was it? Who was it?
I can't remember. It was one of the aunties. But I saw multiple people retweeting it, and I'm just, and again, I don't mind if you don't follow my coverage of this, because you like to come in here when I talk about another case. It's wonderful. And I don't care if you think Karen Reed is guilty, but I just don't understand why you have to go down the route of the aunties, because they are so absolutely stupid. None of what they say makes sense. Well, she's right because Karen is guilty. That doesn't make people right who says Karen is a B word. Because Karen being a B word isn't an argument. Just because you don't like a successful woman who has done more in her life than most of these people, except Kathy Daffy, because Kathy Daffy was the one who overturned the Shah of Iran. Kind of didn't work out like it was supposed to, but it was 1979. She was a younger woman then, in her early 60s, and she made some mistakes.
So, Baker, what you're saying is, what would Brian Boitano do should be changed to what would Jennifer Kathy Daffy do? Because I think
I heard she was the one that took the shot against Muammar Gaddafi.
Gaddafi?
Yeah, I heard that was.
I heard she was this close to getting Wilkes Booth after that terrible day at the theater, but
everyone's a critic in the theater.
It was her recommendation to dump Bin Laden's body at sea. By the way, I don't know if you guys knew that. That was her idea.
In your opinion,
found
would
Bin Laden? What are you talking about? She was the one to take the shot.
Oh, she was the redhead in the movie.
Yeah. She was like, because I was the MFer who found him.
In your opinion, would it be better? In your opinion, would it be better to save Kids and Peggy till the end and leave the jurors with fresh sympathy if you're trying to sway the jury? No, because you will have the defense coming up right after, and the defense will not be attacking the family. So you would kind of get them in their fifis, and then you will go back to someone who will then present an ARCA witness, and you need a fifi witness to kind of stew and boil. That's why they really want to talk about the shock and horror and the family and how much it pains everyone, and a little tear here and a little, so you can kind of build the sympathy, because then you have to go into the Ring guy who said maybe 45 videos was deleted. We have no proof of it, which is probably what Brennan is going to ask him. You want to have the brain specialist, and when the brain specialist is talking about it, you want them to think about, oh, she took away someone by hurting him in that way from the kids. I think it's the right time to put them on, even though I think it's the wrong decision.
Oh, Tracy
Brian,
D.
Brian Albert has some value for the defense. However, it comes off well understand. Don't call him and his stare down at closing arguments doesn't mean anything because they don't know who he is. Exactly. I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and it gives you one less kind of unstable or unpredictable witness, because if Brian Albert is given the chance, he's going to be like, we were harassed and terrorized through our own neighborhood and at our crappy restaurant.
Even Bukaki tried that one. I missed the Swaysher thing. What is it and how do people get a percentage? Well, you write exclamation point Swaysher, and then you'll get a percentage point. And what is Swaysher? Well, it's a good question.
Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by the Swaysher who that one was, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew Swaysher is, get that word right, Swaysher.
Okay. I don't know
No,
what that word
sweetheart,
means, so I'm
that's not
sorry.
the right word.
Style, his walk, his talk.
Okay.
That's Swaysher. His
That-
style,
yeah.
his walk, his talk. Outstanding.
I would have paid at least $3 for Jackson to say, okay, what about John's General Swaysher? And then Yuri would be like, I don't understand what Swaysher is. And then Jackson would say, do I need to get a dictionary to have you explain? Like, just play it on through like Swaysher is an actual word.
But Swaysher comes from our friend Roger, who moved to Florida in the 80s, lives, he works as cutting grass. He never smokes grass because that's not good. His off time he spends drinking Bud Light and smoking rocks. So, and people who tell you drug addicts can't hold down a job, he has been mowing golf courses since the 80s. So he's an entrepreneurial rock enthusiast.
That's a different kind of geologist.
And maybe he can testify about the hardness. I'm sorry, but I really want a deep dive on the alien crashing into John with his spaceship. Maybe that's why the FBI is involved. Is it the FBI or is it Will Smith who showed up?
Okay,
With
you're
an
telling me
anal
Will
probe.
Smith is involved in this case and not many women have been pimp-handed?
Well, he doesn't pimp hand women, he pimp hand men.
Smaller men.
Smaller men, yeah.
Okay, put Will Smith in a room with Jen McCabe. Well, he does live next to Jada. Never mind. He might be unaffected.
Kimmy!
Kimmy. I wonder why it is so suspicious for Higgins to go to the CPD where he had an office. Kimmy, I don't know what you do. I know you are probably in a high-powered, high-paying position because you're one of the smartest people I know. When I have had 5 or 6 ginger and Jameson, after I'd been at a funeral where I'd been day drinking all day, and then I went and got more ginger and Jameson, I normally wouldn't drive a car, 1. Number 2, I wouldn't go to my office claiming that I was doing first administrative duties because I don't know where you work. I know it's very important because you are one of the smart cookies, as they say. But it's frowned upon being heavily intoxicated, especially, I don't know if you know this, but Brian Higgins actually is an ATF agent. One of the things that is a little frowned upon while you're working, because you will be carrying your weapon, you potentially could be doing some criminal stuff where you might have to come and witness about it. And when you're drunk, you're a really bad witness. So I know the feds are boring, but the big problem is he claims he was working while highly intoxicated. He probably, I know he's a Canaanite, so he can carry his liquor, but he was at least 12 hard liquor shots into his cups at that point, plus what he had on his trip to New York. So it's really frowned upon him going to the police station. The other thing is, why did he lie to Kimmy? Have you noticed, and Kimmy, I know you know, if it wasn't because of our religious differences, you and I would have been a couple. But have you ever thought about why all the witnesses from the Commonwealth lie so much? Why did Jen feel the need to lie? Why did Carrie lie to a grand? Do you know how it's illegal to lie to a grand jury? And Carrie did it anyway. Did you know Brian Higgins lied to a grand jury, which is also illegal? So I know you, Kimmy, you and I, we are the justice duo. We just want justice for John O'Keefe, you and I, right? We're not one of those crazy couples who will argue and you will say, well, Karen Reed is guilty because she has a weird look on her face. And I would say, well, that's not evidence. And you'll say, you're sleeping on the couch. And I'll say, but you know, I love you. And you said, I know. Can you get me chocolate? And I'll say, I'll drive for some chocolate. And then you'll flatten my tires. But we are just here for justice. So why is every witness from the Commonwealth lying, Kimmy? Doesn't that really hurt your soul? That the thing you have not lied about, because you would never lie to me. You and I, girl. Let me go full screen. That's not the one. Kimmy, girl. Thank you for stopping by. You always make my day better. You and I, girl. We are the justice duo. We are just here for justice for John O'Keefe. You see it one way, I see it another way. But you know what they say about fire and ice. It makes an eruption. You know what I mean. But if you need justice, you need to prove what you claim. And with all the witnesses lying so far, and you have been on that side for 2 years now, coming into my chat, and I love it, girl. You know I love you. And you're sitting there saying, oh, you're dumb. They found Chloe. Well, they couldn't prove it was Chloe. Well, you're dumb. Jen said it. No, Jen changed the testimony 25,000 times. Well, you're dumb. Carrie's heard it. No, she lied to the grand jury and admitted it on the stand. Which should have, of course, you agree with me. She should catch perjury charges. Just as Jen should catch perjury charges, Higgins should catch perjury charges. Because you and I, girl, we're just in it for justice. We're not one of those stupid couples who believe what we hear on the telly. We only go by the evidence. So, Kimmy, girl, let's agree that Karen Reed might be innocent, but it might be guilty, but it hasn't been proven. And all of your star witnesses are liars. And you don't like a liar. I know that about you, girl. Because every time I lie, you get mad at me and I sleep on the couch. You put me in the doghouse, as they say. And that's not nice. So I don't lie. And of course, you don't like it when your witnesses lies, because that shows your case isn't as strong as you thought. And you have been talking about this case for 2 years now, claiming that it was a clear-cut case. Doesn't it hurt your soul that they haven't talked about John in 15 days? The man we're here to find justice for, you and I. Let's agree that Hank Brennan is an asshole, putting kids on the stand who has no pivotal evidence. Let's agree that Jen McCabe, Brian Higgins, and Carrie Roberts are all lying assholes who doesn't care about the truth like you and I. Kimmy girl, you and I, we will agree on this. Karen Reed should never have been tried by the evidence that's been put forward. No matter what Plevin says, there is no evidence. No evidence has been provided in 15 days that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. And I know you are appalled because you believe she's guilty. At least they should prove it. Girl, I still love you. I'm glad you stopped by now and again. Sadly, I feel sorry for you. I will buy you an extra box of chocolate now because you have been lied to by the Norfolk County DA's office, who have held this sham of a trial. I know it hurts your soul because you're one of the good ones. So, girl, extra chocolate for you and a foot rub.
Well, I had your smoke break, Baker, so got that one covered after and I'm going to say it, moist o'clock.
Well,
Baker making.
I'm not saying that that was my goal, but I'm just saying. Well, yeah, a little. This year, Brennan doesn't care about any prior testimony and facts, so they can all change their stories and give contradictory facts. That's the problem, because the Norfolk County DA should be giving all of these charges for perjury, but they are lying the way the Norfolk DA's office likes it, so will not catch any perjury charges. The only problem is if they lie to the feds. They could potentially, but the feds don't care.
Fair point. I keep getting all these things from Court TV, but it's nothing of any importance. They're like,
I have it
new
running in my
stuff.
ears, and they keep going to the Diddy trial. Kevin is in hospital and very sick from cancer treatments. I hope you get better soon.
Yes.
Because no matter that, I find that Kevin is a lying asshole who only got into the Karen Reed case because he wanted to make money. That's why he switched sides from being pro Karen Reed to anti Karen Reed. No one, absolutely no one, should have to fight the big C. No one should be sick. In a perfect world, it wouldn't happen. I think he's an asshole. I think he's a liar. But I hope him a speedy recovery and that he will feel less discomfort from his cancer treatment, because I sat through 1.5 years of my mom's cancer treatment, and it's not fun.
No.
Do I like the guy? Absolutely not. Do I feel sorry for him? Absolutely.
But
I
do
can take
think-
the artist and the art away from each other.
I think it's interesting to note all of the people from, you would say, the free Karen Reed side that dropped all of that, Karen Reed BS to tell Doink that we're really sorry that his dad died.
Yeah.
So I find it really interesting that one side, will wish, bad things upon other side, but all the people that I saw putting down whatever they feel about this case just to be humans tended to come from the free Karen Reed side. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't live in Massachusetts. The outcome of this trial, sad enough to say, whether there is justice done or injustice, won't affect my life. I don't know how this became the big fighting trial, but there you go.
And yes, Miss Becky has caught perjury charges and obstruction charges today. I just saw an update. I haven't dug into it more deeply. It's, for those of you who don't know, it's the court clerk from the Murdoch trial who wrote a book where she heavily implied, at least, that she was influencing the jury, and that there was a lot of shenanigans going on. And she has now caught charges, which is good, because we don't like a liar. Kimmy and I we're very much against lying. I don't do reenactments. I don't do what do you call them? Dramatic readings, because first of all, I think it's cringe, and I just,
that's 90% of my channel, Baker.
No, but it's not for me. I do dating videos for God's sake. It's not like I don't do stupid stuff, but I just can't do this because it's so cringy. It's Sergeant Dumb. I could kind of laugh at because he was just it was like Higgins, but he just had a woman who said, "Please dominate me." This reminds me of too much of my own time when I tried Tinder once, and someone wrote me, and I just said, "Yo," and she said, "So what do you do?" "I'm on Tinder." Are you okay?
Victoria George is a wacko. Why is Victoria George a wacko?
That's Kimmy is
misogynist.
She's a little jealous, and because I mentioned Victoria, No, she's not. She's just, hey, Valhalla, I know you don't know what love is. I want to know what love is. Kimmy can show you.
Oh God, no.
What the hell?
Oh, Kimmy.
Oh crap, they're back. Who in the what is this Ichabod Crane face?
We don't have sound, Baker.
And they're on call
That's
for
because
24-hour
Marissa came in and
periods.
ruined everything. Thank you,
Most
Marissa.
often,
Damn it, Marissa.
if a call is received or a request is
Should we
made for
back
crime
up
scene
and see
services
what the
during
hell
that
this guy's
call
talking about?
period, the troop.
Oh, not a whole lot of backing up involved.
Now,
He's
when
just
you're
here all of a
Exam
sudden.
for any morphology begins with the history of fingerprints.
Way to go,
biology,
Court TV.
Morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing
Now I
techniques,
have to see if I
evidence
can
collection,
find something.
and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
This dude looks more like.
Now, sir, were you
Willem
working with the
Dafoe
State Police
in
Crime Scene
drag
Services section on February 1st,
than
2022?
Jen did.
Is this John Cena's brother?
I can see him, so probably not.
Or John Cena pre-steroids.
He is clean as Hulk Hogan. It's vitamin prayers
Have you
and
seen
exercise.
a recent photo of Hulk Hogan? Because I think we have some questions.
He's in his 70s.
Brother.
Relax.
Right.
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that day?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters,
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the
No,
vehicle?
Snuggie, he did not.
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the
can't
rear
find any
right corner,
with the kids.
and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those?
Yes, she was hired to help with collecting the jury. Thank you, Kimmy. We know this. We have mentioned it before, but thank you for making sure everyone know.
Stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape.
It's not a
And then once
secret.
those placards are placed,
Why does he say
they
placard?
would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do?
It's Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's placard because so if you have an AR, you're not even going to say the D after because they cut off the R, so it's going to be placard.
It bugs me.
It's
Tell me he
not
doesn't
going-
look like
with
this
respect to the
picture,
vehicle.
Baker.
I
Tell
was
me
also
that's
asked
not
to
him.
process.
No, he doesn't look like this picture. If there was
No,
a photo
Valhalla,
out there,
I've got to say,
if there was a photo
yeah.
out there of John Cena, he looks like John Cena.
The front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's
This guy didn't testify last year. They didn't document how they did the forensic investigation of the car last year. They just talked about that they did it in the garage. So this guy is just there to show they did a real investigation, to go against the Bowden defense that they didn't do a real investigation. But again, this is 2 days after it's been placed in the Sally Port, where everyone who had a key card to the garage had access to the car. Remember, they had a bit of a glitchy camera in that garage. So if you remember that dark photo where he asked, is that Proctor? That is from the same time this documentation was done, when they walked around the car and took pictures of it.
Oh, with the towel
a
and
replica or
everyone
impression
being
of the
like
friction ridge skin
Yes.
on the hands
10
and feet.
people being in the Sally
Friction ridge
Port.
skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints.
True that.
Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and are in conducting examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Also
Just
not
briefly,
true.
Can you describe for the jury that
Identical twins have the same fingerprints.
No. No fingerprints is alike. That's how you can tell them apart. You can't use DNA, but you can tell fingerprints apart.
Yeah, I knew there was something that you could do different and I didn't think it was.
You might be right.
Yeah.
process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, are more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white finger, determined to be present.
Now,
I'm
just
going
briefly,
Willem Dafoe and drag.
you say
Yeah,
no,
I'm with Valhalla.
But
on this
everyone is
one.
William Dafoe in your world.
can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Just
Analysts
the
are
ugly
trained
ones.
during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
This is the guy who took photos of them doing the investigation and going over They didn't find anything when they went through the car, and even if they found anything, it was her daily driver. His fingerprints would have been all over it. They found that little bitty hair that they couldn't determine in the beginning was a human hair. No plevin. It's not something the defense said. It's the lab. They then did a mitochondrial DNA test on it, which is the female DNA.
Mitochondrial.
Mitochondrial DNA, the female DNA, which only proves it is any descendant or Peg O'Keefe who left that hair. Any descendant of or Peg O'Keefe could have left that hair, because there's not the male string DNA attached to it, so you can't use it to eliminate anyone other than people who are not descendants of Peg O'Keefe, because every person who came out of the fun chute of Peg O'Keefe will have that DNA.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34
Girl, you lied to me. You have a husband. Oh.
Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photograph, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
I thought it was the one.
Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
Your wife into photography?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Yeah.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation?
I know the age of most daughters, so no, thank you. They're younger than my daughters.
Of that front lawn area?
No.
You don't want me as an in-law.
I think
we could have
more of
fun.
an outlaw. If
I
you
returned to the
will.
Canton Police Department.
I think we could have fun
And
together.
Why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So we're gonna watch that stupid eat without
On a
seeing
clear parking lot.
You recognize that?
without
Yes.
seeing the speedometer.
This is the crime scene photos.
And what contained on
Except
that
no
disc
one
is that a fair
ever.
and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st.
I presume it is.
Your Honor, Calmo seek to introduce him to his next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
It's a guy who took videos of the investigation.
133?
He's a state trooper.
Yeah.
moment?
Yes.
I don't know if he's the one
With
who,
permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos to the jury.
Okay.
if those are the when they're in the garage. We have a new court reporter today. She has a bigger mouthpiece.
I'm sorry,
She's
Your Honor, may I
been here
approach the witness
before.
just briefly?
You know what what they say about court reporters with a big
Your Honor,
mouthpiece.
present me with 3 photographs to recognize
What?
what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs.
She won't get that little stupid ring around her mouth.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as a mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I almost seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
We have gotten kind of like you have the Amber Alert on your phones, right? They implemented that in Denmark as well, and every first something in May, we get our warning signal changed. And I was just about to start a stream the other day, and it just started blaring, and I was like, "What the hell?"
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may
I
I now
forgot that we
publish
have that
some of
now.
those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Well, sir, up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
What happened?
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section.
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks are to disregard that.
If I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Well,
So they really don't want to have in there that also Brian Tully was kicked off as the lead investigator, not lead investigator, but lead detective, because he also got into trouble with disciplinary actions.
I do love how Bev is always there to save the day. Like, no, don't look at that.
And again, yes, it is. If it's related to this case, or I think it might have been related to, I'm not sure if it's this case or it was the Birchmore case that it's related to. So that could be why. But let's see if he was allowed to talk about it.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this?
I think he might have been removed because of the Birchmore trial, but I'm not 100% sure. So, yeah.
Case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn.
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yeah, this guy might not have knowledge, but he should be able to testify that he's no longer his superior. I don't know, but I can't remember which case was it that got him kicked off. So yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
There was
no. This guy's just took photos of other people doing stuff.
The State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV, except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated.
There, he actually took photos of it. You can see them. It's the ones we've been shown all the time. Those are pictures taken by him. But it's also 2 days after the fact. He seems very straight-laced, but this guy, again, this is when all the cops need to be in on it. No, this guy doesn't need to be in on it. He just comes out and says, yeah, that's a busted taillight, snappity-snap. Oh, you want me to take a picture of the infotainment system? Sure, no problem.
The conspiracy doesn't have to be all of them confabbing together. It can just be Michael Proctor telling this gentleman, okay, I need you to look at this and this, and telling, not inconveniently not telling him to look at something else.
Yeah, and again, even if he looked at something else, that's not his job. And again, what is he there to prove? He's there to prove that, yeah, that's a broken taillight. But it's been broken for 2 days, according to the police. He doesn't care. He's not there to investigate if the broken taillight was broken 2 days ago. He just comes and see, yeah, that's a broken taillight. Snippety snap. He's a pictures and fingerprints guy. He didn't do anything. He's just there to say, we actually did do a really good investigation. He doesn't need to be in on it.
Find it odd that we haven't seen the pictures of Fairview on February 1st.
Well, there's a lot of snow there. We have seen that. No, not on February 1st. That's the 29th. 29th.
Participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yeah, he's not a part of it. Yes, he doesn't need to be.
That was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
Ooh, you've been trained not to say that lead investigator word too.
Yeah.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family? Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Yeah, he seems okay.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear.
Yeah, that's a clear bias that should be disclosed.
Bev, stop. Bev, stop white knighting for Canton PD and the troopers. How about that? I am getting tired. You can't have a sidebar. Move on, Mr. Jackson or Yannetti.
Yeah.
Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle.
You know, he does look like a grown-up Dewey now that I look at him. So happy Dewey grew up to do good in the world.
I've got a poll going in my chat right now. Does he look more like Willem Dafoe or John Cena? 17% said Cena, 25% said Dafoe, 54% said trick question, you can't see Cena.
I don't know. This
They should
trooper looks
absolutely-
like a guy who folds his clothes when he takes them off.
He looks like the type of guy that irons them while he still got them on.
True. He is like beyond high speed. He's like, no, everything's within regulations, sir. He's a fart.
I had a soldier one time. In the barracks. They messed something up, right? So we woke everybody up. It's like 1:30 in the morning. Get in there. I'm all pissed off, right? This idiot comes walking out of his bed, like gets out of bed wearing like PT shorts, a BDU top, and one sock. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, man? He goes, I was just trying to be quicker in the mornings. So I was wearing part of my uniform to bed. Like, what? What are you talking about? It's all wrinkled because he's been sleeping in it. Like, what the hell is wrong with you, man?
Also, don't you generally do PT first so you would be in your PT uniform, not your BDUs like a moron?
Stupid. It was stupid. It was so stupid.
I was like, look, I failed basic, and at least I know that basic.
This is the guy that also had chemical burns on most of his upper body from trying to steal chemicals to make meth out of a field in Indiana.
That'll happen too. Hey, Indiana, we're not sending our best.
My dad told me they had a big farm guy. My dad was a firefighter in the Air Force. And they had the little CO2 pellets or canisters to blow up the swim vest for the pilots if they had to ditch. And they were betting him that he couldn't cut it with a bolt scissors. Do you call them that?
Bolt cutters.
Bolt cutters.
Bolt cutter. And this guy, he was a massive farmer, and he had farmer brain and farmer strength.
Oh, no.
Inside one of the hangars, he did cut it, and that shouldn't be possible with the amount of pressure that they can withhold. And my dad said it sounded like a bomb went off in there. And this guy, he just turned around and said, "I won," with blood running out of his ears because the overpressure. He was just, "I won." Some people are really not that smart.
Well, oh, that's funny.
Well, my dad was back then. We had we did have the good old Hitler saw, but we still had a few of the old Mason guns, which was our previous light. And my dad really didn't like shooting it, so he kind of just closed his eyes, and because there was a lot of brass coming his way. Then he just heard, "Stop! Stop! The idiot is shooting a cow!" Because right next to the range, there was a farmer's cows walking around, and my dad had just drifted because he was closing his eyes and taking it off. So he almost shot a cow.
Yikes!
That's one of those incident reports you don't want to fill out. How did the cow?
No.
But also, why didn't they have a back wall?
They should have.
Back in the day, it was the 60s.
They used to anytime we'd go to the range, it was always in the briefing. If wildlife crosses the range, cease fire immediately. Don't shoot the wildlife. It's like, oh, we could have had lunch.
Just a good
Just
old boy.
Good old boy. Never mean no harm.
Do you think the jurors see Bev's BS? I think it's hard to determine because, again, apparently what we hear from, and I'm trying to read all of them, not only, the only one I'm not reading is John DePito's, but everyone says they are paying attention, they're taking notes, while one guy is just zoned out. But the rest of them, they react to what's happening in court. So, but they could sit there and say, why is this defense a-hole keep asking questions when Bev clearly said he shouldn't do it? They don't know what we know. Remember that we have 2 years of knowledge and a prior trial. They know about the trial, but they don't know as much as we do.
Well, and we know what things in a trial mean. We know a sidebar isn't where the judge goes to yell at them and tell them, stop asking these questions. We understand what their function is. Whereas if you're a juror and you have no background in this, you're going to be, it's like learning a foreign language. It's like being in a different country.
And Bev didn't call the sidebar. It was Yannetti said, I need the sidebar because he really want to talk about Trooper Proctor's relationship with the Alberts family. Bev is being a saggy Jenny today. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a female part.
I think that's what they call a female donkey.
And as I read it, I realized Brandon got me again because I thought it said granny. Dyslexia isn't always fun.
Just a good old boy.
Yeah. Join us for the sparkling wit and repartee as we wait for Bev to judge the day.
We have been live for 2 hours and 28 minutes, and we have had 10 minutes
Like
of
10
talk.
minutes? Yeah, pretty much.
If Kevin hadn't come around, I wouldn't have done a half an hour segment. I would just have had sitting here and saying, so what about them Cowboys?
And yeah. And I'd be like, the ones that throw the sports balls are actual cowboys.
And is cowboy really made? Because I've heard different things that it comes from Florida, and it was because their range hands were African American, so it was the cowboy. But I've also heard that it was something they started using in Texas during the civil kerfuffle, and it was kind of a thing being the cowboy, the guy who took care of the cows, because there were so many men away around the Mason-Dixon having fun, and even girls could be cowboys. I've heard different stories. I don't know.
I've never heard the Florida thing before.
Yeah, I've
I don't
never
know,
heard the Florida thing.
I was just there's a little bit of revisionist history going around, because everyone knows that the first Scandinavians were actually very, very much more melanated than I was. That's the new thing.
That makes sense because, that would be what we would like to call a dominant gene, which would disperse itself downward through the generations. So you would all look like you were from Greece.
According to Wikipedia, the English word cowboy has an origin from several earlier terms that referred to both age and to cattle or cattle-tending work. The English word cowboy was derived from vaquero, which I believed was the case from like Argentina, a Spanish word for an individual who managed cattle while mounted on horseback. Vaquero was derived from vaca, meaning cow. Lost my spot. Damn it.
Probably not. I know you found like Moe's Pet Cemetery, but it's not mine. It's Stephen King's.
I want to bail a cowboy and you can be my cowgirl. I don't know.
Wait, like a reverse Minotaur?
Cowboy was first used in print by Jonathan Swift in 1725 and was used in the British Isles from 1820 to 1850 to describe young boys who tended the family or community cows. Originally, though, the English word cowherd was used to describe a cattle herder.
Well, I like Jonathan Swift. He does have modest proposals once in a while.
But that would also mean
Congratulations to
that
the one nerd who got that.
I didn't, so I was just kept talking because I
tell.
thought Mo lost it. She finally cracked.
He wrote a modest proposal about how to make unwanted papist children into leather and food as a satire. So it's called a modest proposal, but then at the end he said, look, my wife is out of childbearing years, so I wouldn't profit. So this is obviously a joke.
Good joke, Jonathan Swift.
It was a different
They
time.
didn't have cable back then. What were we supposed to do?
They took the Mo approach and just made babies. There you go.
One girl got it.
Well, see, it was really funny if you got the joke. Not so much when you have to explain it.
Never is.
I didn't.
That was the thing in the
picture
West
Florida
is they
with-
used to. Go ahead.
Oh, I never pictured cows being in Florida. For some reason, it just never occurred to me there would be cows in Florida because there's gators in Florida.
You ever see those videos of like the horses kicking the crap out of alligators down there in Florida?
No, Mr. Mo is saying
yeah.
if they get rid of property tax, we're moving down there. And I'm like,
It's hot.
why?
It's hot.
And no, I was like, hurricanes, Disney adults, gators, pythons, and again, hurricanes. Now, Florida, I would like to commend you from not messing up our federal election since 2012, but that was still a big screw up. And I kind of still pissed. Oh, no, 2002.
2002. Hanging
Yeah, I was
chads
like, I
was the
remember
thing.
that one. The Hong ballot.
Yeah.
Hong, whatever it was. It was in politics. Not many Hong people there.
Hanging chads is what they call them.
Hanging chads.
Well, I don't know many chats. Is that a
Oh,
thing?
crap, you guys. I'm looking at the downside. Sarah Boone is in Florida. I can go be her best friend.
That's an upside.
If you promise her a kidney.
A kidney.
I'm not giving her jack crap.
Well, she got a new friend in the Midwest who promised her a kidney.
Oh,
No,
I
she
remember
promised
that.
her a kidney.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
Sarah
She was
Boone's alcoholic body, she was going to give a kidney because I'm sure hers are in A-OK condition because she's never drank.
Yep.
Yeah, she's like, no, my booze-addled kidneys would be great. Oh, and sorry that kidney lady passed away.
Well, she really needed that kidney, Mo.
She did put Sarah Boone as her lifeline.
Terrible. Terrible.
Don't make fun of Lana. She just died. Who's Lana?
The kidney lady.
lady.
I do apologize
Oh.
for her passing away. And I
Well,
wish there was a better way
welcome
to
to
make organs.
Baker Mo and Valhalla. Assholes United.
Offend everyone.
There's very little off limits, if we're being honest. Very little.
Any religions we haven't talked bad about yet?
I doubt it.
Any drawings you want to make, Valhalla, just so we can get heated? Well, that's a Danish thing, so maybe I should do it. Just
I was gonna say the picture you drew to explain to Devo what the Eiffel Tower was, that was classic. That was golden. That was perfect.
But I don't know. I think they went on break after because it's normal break time now. So, but we're also about to. No, she goes to lunch at 1. So maybe she's taking her mid-morning break after the. Yeah.
We haven't made fun of the Amish in a while, to be honest, but
Hey, you leave the Amish alone.
it's the Hare Krishnas that I want to see come back.
Yeah.
A big thing back in the 90s.
Early
I remember them
2000s.
in Copenhagen. When I lived in Copenhagen, they ran around. We have this big walking street called Strøget, where all the shops are. And whenever you walk down there, you would always get stopped and get a flower and a pamphlet. Nice people.
I remember seeing them at like every airport ever. They were always at the airports. Always.
Yeah.
With their orange and purple robes. Like, what the hell are you weirdos doing?
And their bald heads.
Yeah.
And their over friendliness that creeped me out more. I was like,
Why
you
do
are
you like
trying to
me?
be kind to me. What is wrong with you?
Mickey, had you forget that there was roughly an hour of testimony from the kids that we didn't see. So that's why they might have. I think they went to the sidebar and just sent the jury out because they probably had to fight a lot longer.
Yeah, I think that this is going to become a hearing.
A Christian hardcore band. Well, that sounds weird.
That does sound
The
weird.
nephew didn't testify. I haven't seen anything. I am trying to see if I can find something on the Twitch chat. Oh,
Have
I
you
got it
looked
here.
for Doink? Doink's in court?
No, I get testimony of John O'Keefe's niece is complete and media restriction lifted. The prosecution did not call the nephew this time. Niece testified that Karen and John's relationship deteriorated after New Year's Aruba. I remember hearing John say the relationship was good, but it had run its course. She was very upset by it. She was yelling louder than JJ. She said Karen woke her up at 4:30. The defendant came into my room. She told me my uncle never came home. She was very, frantic. Oh, I hate that word. The defendant was asking what could have happened and asked, could I have done something, got hit by a plow? Later the same day, she just said to myself and my grandfather that she thought she was living in a nightmare. Niece told Janetti Karen Reed watched her play sports, took her to visit a private school, and helped plan her birthday in 21. Karen would help you with school projects, a couple of them, maybe, yeah. And then we get to Zachary Clark. So, again, yeah, they had a rough relationship. Why did you need them to say it?
Yeah, I mean, that was illustrated by their text messages. If you, and the fact that Karen was texting Brian.
And can I just say, we're talking about being gracious to people. Salty Sterno, I don't know who that idiot is, but it's a big anti-Karen Read twat. Nobody cares if Karen Read is sick. She killed a man and facilitated the tormenting of his friends and family for 2 years. I hope she's sick every day for the rest of her miserable effing life and suffers until hell calls her home. Karma is a bitch, just like Karen. Imagine hating a woman that you have never met so much.
Right?
Imagine being Kimmy, who is just in this for justice, but she's put in with these people. I get annoyed when people are doing all the conspiracy stuff about, well, it's actually not a Nike shoe found at the scene, but it's the foot of a reptilian, and we're sitting here saying, can we just stick to the facts, because it gets really dumb sometimes. But imagine being a reasonable person who just think Karen did it. And again, I can't see how you can reach that conclusion, but I think we had 6% of our audience saying that the first time we did a poll on it. But you sit and look. David Yannetti wrote, Doink the Clown, I feel sorry for your loss, when his dad passed away. He's man enough to do that. This lady wishes ill to other people. I hate Plevin with a passion, because I really think that he's just a lying sack of shit who makes up his anti-Karen Read to make money. And again, grifter's got a grift. But I hope that his C treatment will be successful. I hope he will have no discomfort. I hope everything will be fine. He will be back to annoy the hell out of me again tomorrow. Because I'm a decent human being.
Yeah. And what people without chronic conditions do not understand is that, imagine the worst flu you have ever had and you still had to go to work. That's what people with chronic illnesses, chronic pain deal with on a daily. So she's already going to be in that. Congratulations. Your wishes were commanded by God and her poor genetics, because now she's got MS, which doesn't go away, and Crohn's. So God already beat you to it, you massive thunder cow. Don't wish things on people you don't understand.
Salty Sterno is one of the antis who don't allow. Well, I can see Lana Del Turtle has answered her. I can answer. I can tell you. You seem like you need a hug and a soul.
Karma's a bitch. What up, Alex?
Well, so am I. Doesn't make anything different in the day.
What a grift, what a mighty grift.
Yes, he is.
What a mighty good grift.
I like what a man, but one of the lyrics is he visits his kids when he can. I'm like, okay, not the best man. He's like, look, he visits them when he can.
Yeah, that's it's a stereotype that they enforce. That's probably not a good. He got a dense. No, what is he got a? Whose body is it and a dental face? He got an Arnold body and a dental face. Is that how she says it?
I don't remember.
No idea.
What's the one? Was it salt? No, it wasn't salt and pepper. Now I can't remember it. There was one where like two or three.
Looks up the lyric.
There was one where 2 or 3 female groups made a song together. That was actually pretty good. Now I can't remember what it's called. People like those antis need to understand what is happening to Karen can happen to them. Yeah, but the problem is they don't care about that. And that's the sad part, because if you really, kind of like Flux said yesterday, I want someone who thinks Karen is guilty, who is reasonable, because I don't care that you think she's guilty, because if you can tell me, well, I saw this piece of evidence, and I can say, well, have you thought about this piece of evidence? And we can have a discussion debate and say, well, we can agree to disagree, or you can move me, or I can move you. The problem is with all these antis is just you're a hateful, racist bigot. And I said, I just said good morning. Yeah, but the way you said it. And you can't argue with them because the only thing they have in common is they really, really don't like Turtle Boy. And everyone will come in and tell me that, oh, did you see your friend Turtle Boy? I've talked to Aiden once on stream, and I think we have DM'd less than 5 times. So I don't know how friendly we are. I have had more conversations with Nick Ricada than I have had with Turtle Boy. Because I think I've had 3 DM conversations with him and 2 with Turtle Boy. So again, it's not like we are super friendly. No, I can't remember. Free your mind with it's not invoke. Free your mind and the rest, but invoke and was it those? Did they sing it together? It's not the one I'm thinking of.
I have no idea.
Free clam burgers. I didn't say free clam burgers. That's
That does sound like a really good T-shirt, though, but not appropriate for a PTO meeting.
Well, maybe a merch idea for Flux. Is it Don't Let Go? No. Is it? Is that the one I'm thinking about? Just gonna mute this so.
I love that Baker. I love that Baker has those earworms too, because I have to go on what is the lyric with the thing with the song, and then usually it'll come. If he breaks out into the choreographed dance.
Let go. Lose control.
Oh, that was my jam. En Vogue was my jam in middle school.
That and was it Boys to Men, or who was it? The other one. Oh, I like those.
Boys to Men was a boys group, so.
Yeah, but I like those two. I like that. R&B soul, R&B thing. I like that. I didn't like TLC. I really hated Waterfalls. It was overplayed.
Fair.
It's still overplayed.
Yeah.
Although no more Scrubs. If that comes on and you're not blasting it out, then I don't know if you're in a car with me, because that comes on, we are cranking it up, and then it's like the only song I know all the lyrics to.
Chasing Grifty Falls, looking for the super chats, gonna hurt you. You know you wanna have a ad campaign.
Have it your way or nothing, or at all.
With Red Shadow Legend, but it's not gonna happen. I don't know.
What?
I get called a communist C word for something that wasn't even controversial. Hey, everything's controversial in the right ears.
True.
Welcome to my life.
Poor Valhalla just goes in and asks a regular question, and they're like, shame! Infidel! Valhalla's like, I haven't even been in Iraq in 8 years. What the hell?
Proud American infidel.
Wannabe is also overplayed. I like To Become One better. That's a good smooth song. If you want to do the slow dance where the hands slowly creep down. And you get inappropriately close to the top of the mom jeans, which is right below the boob line. Because mom jeans are a little too high.
Mom jeans are the devil. Well,
I was watching something. Have you seen the Eurovision Song Contest movie with Will Ferrell?
No.
The what?
Yeah,
Eurovision?
Ding dong. It's called. Can't remember what it's called. Him and Rachel McAdams plays an Icelandic couple who want to go play at the Eurovision contest, and there's a really, really good song. But it's sung not by Rachel McAdams because she can't sing. So they have a Swedish singer. Yeah, I know. I will say something positive about Sweden for once. Who sings it? It's called, of course, Húsavík, which is a city on Iceland. A really beautiful song. But I was watching an acoustic version, and when she done the sit down and mom jeans were pulled up, and it just gives everyone a belly like mine when and she's not fat or anything, but it's just because the mom jeans will make you look.
To be fair, the only other Will Ferrell movie I've seen other than Elf and Talladega Nights is The Blades of Glory. So I wasn't about to give Will Ferrell another chance with a Eurovision movie.
It's I think you have to kind of understand the campness of Eurovision to understand it, because I don't watch Eurovision. I know it's a really, really big thing. I of course, back in the day when we won it in 2000 with Fly on the Wings of Love, fly, baby, fly, reaching the sky above, touching your eye. I don't know what's the lyric is. Then you can understand, because there's a lot of cameos, but they don't even follow the rules, because they changed the song in the middle of the Eurovision. You can't do that. You have to sing the same song all the time. But the song is great. I think it's called Húsavík. Go listen to it. It's a good song.
Baker, it's already on my Spotify. How dare you assume I didn't have Eurovision's greatest playlist? Okay, question though, as a dumb American, is that where we got that ridiculous earworm of a song? What does the fox say?
No.
Is that how we got tortured with that shit for years?
No, but you had the chicken song with the
chicken song was hilarious.
With the large lady with the little weird.
Oh yeah.
Well, she was. But it's also, if you watch Ethan Skyward, he always plays a song like fire tonight, you light up my light. It's really simple music, but it's very campy and still sidebar. But you have Waterloo is a Eurovision song. Celine Dion
one, by the way.
You have what would Americans know? Yeah, you know, "Fly on the Wings of Love." That became kind of an international song. So,
I remember "Through the Eyes of Love," but that's from Ice Castle, so I don't think that applies.
That's I don't know. Just popped into Yellow Cottage Tale, and the vocal fry of Krusty is going on about how Karen could get a job waiting table or working a bar. Krusty, you could get a job. Oh, I saw, the other lady who always give me the best advice, the one who did the quartering, that her channel was struggling. I showed the other yesterday, I think.
Oh no.
She was sitting there. And then people were like, so what's going on? And she was like, well, it's my job, so I have to stay. So I'm thinking, I know Jamie will yell at me when I end early. And I will tell you, you're not the boss of me. And she will then beat me with a chancla. But still, I can end my stream. I don't have an agreement with someone so I think, why can't she? But apparently she's doing really well. Her channel isn't that much in trouble anymore because she made $130 in super chats last week. So go get that back, girly.
Well, I see I'm going to have to up my game.
Nina wasn't a Eurovision song, right? No, it wasn't. Ireland won a lot of Eurovision songs in the 80s. Pretty good songs as well.
Were you two excluded from it? Because I could see how taking a ringer would get you all the Eurovision.
Well, sometimes they kind of, but sometimes, yeah, it's frowned upon. It wasn't the Ukrainian drag queen. It was Switzerland. I think. Lena was. Yeah, I like that song. Like a satellite. Well, how was it?
Valhalla,
But her and
are you and
Emily
I going to have
DeForest
to?
was a lot like each other.
Okay, Baker, or Valhalla, I am seeing a marketing opportunity. Valhalla and Mo, watch Eurovision. Two dumb Americans watch whatever the hell's going on and comment.
Well, I think today will be second day of the semifinals. So you can go watch that. It's on YouTube.
Because most of our will be like, well, we don't know what they're saying, but it's kind of poppy. I don't know why the man's dressed up as a lawnmower, but it makes you dance.
But so did Emily DeForest. She won. But I think Lena was the year after, or 2 years after. But I like that. Like a satellite, I hover around your love, oh love. I got tell about you.
And that's the winning song?
I can't remember. It's a bad rendition. I don't listen to it that much. It's been a while.
And thank you to Slinky for gifting 5 memberships. And those went to Interesting, Bad Duck, Troy Renee, Jill McCann, and It Just Did.
Nice.
Nice.
That's the whole point of Eurovision. We welcome the lawnmower. We expect the lawnmower.
Are you even? Do you guys have licenses for those lawnmowers? Because I mean, do they have to be solar wind powered?
There will be a lot of smoke machines and air, so the hair will. That's a big deal. Big deal.
Did we almost lose you, Lesko, with the Eurovision talk?
Can we hear it too, please?
Oh, I forgot to put the audio on. I was sitting here thinking.
Oh, I
why
was
is Mo
wondering if
talking
Baker was
over
just
him?
waiting. Well, because I can't hear. Also,
No, but it's
tenor
because I've
that
taken it. It's because they play music in the background when.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm just mad that Baker got the "What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man" song stuck in my head for the rest of the day. T-Rex, who are you kidding? That song was already in your head, sir. We know this.
No, it took away. If you want to be my lover, gotta get with my friends, making love forever. Friendship never ends, which is his wake-up tune every morning.
Sir, when you went
I know,
with
MT.
Michael Proctor to
Low
interview
professional,
Colin
not high
Albert,
professional.
you knew that the
I
case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was
awesome.
July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Janetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Sorry?
No redirect.
Okay.
All right, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
That's the first state trooper that's taken the stand that I didn't want to punch in the throat. So that's cool.
He did have that sort of uncanny valley thing going. Not as much facial expression, somewhat RoboCopy, kind of Terminatory.
Someone's going to be able to record the jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go
Does this
from there?
matter?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now,
Oh, that matters.
what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place. And then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand and that item would be bagged and documented.
I thought
I don't know
Tully
what-
was taking the photos.
No, he was
Yeah.
documenting it. He was doing the GPS reading.
Okay.
And I don't know what happened while I was away, but apparently Brendan and YouTube is now in a mortal enemy battle. Because
Oh,
YouTube
no.
is, and all their employees rest in one of hell's lower rings. Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
That's it on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item
This
that
is why we
was
get
photographed by
demonetized.
you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt, I think, that day.
I think.
What did he say?
There was a significant snow melt. I think the day is the 29th when it's the CERT team he was out looking at, right?
He just said some of it was on top of the snow.
Let's listen to that again.
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So
no,
some
how could it possibly
had been
be
revealed
on
by
top
this
of the snow?
melted snow. So they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now,
Hold on.
what kind
Hold
of
the
Wait,
heck on.
foot not.
If there is
foot.
one piece of tail light on top of the snow, that proves that it didn't happen before the snowfall.
Yeah.
This dude just blew up the state's entire case with that
Not to
statement
me-
right there.
Not to mention that, but the foot deep in 1 foot of snow also doesn't correlate, because in order for it to be at that particular time period that they want to say, all those pieces would have been found at approximately 3.9 inches of snow. Because that's what was there at the
because this is
time.
later. I think this is 3 days later when Proctor, Bukaki, and I can't remember who else went out there. I wasn't
Yeah,
here
but
when
still-
he started testifying. Mo, didn't you take notes?
Well, I took notes, but I didn't catch what date it was. I got only a third, but I didn't know if it was the 23rd. And since we jump around, I don't remember the dates. I know that they went out on the 1st,
It
the
couldn't
8th,
have been the
10th,
21st,
the 11th,
because
and
the
the
21st
28th.
The 23rd is before the accident. February 3rd could potentially.
Baker's a real jerk. You know, now he got that Spice Girls song stuck in my head. This dude just said that they found taillight pieces on top of snow and some a foot to a foot and a half under snow. There is no possible way that taillight that's supposed to be on the grass at the time of the incident traveled up through snow. That doesn't happen. There's no way that happened.
No, because it would be compacted. Sebastian, thank you so much for the 200. Yes, Baker, Val should buy you a beer after you make him a cake of his choosing.
Well, I picked pineapple upside down.
His favorite cake is belly cake that he makes me make with him all the time.
Belly.
Instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when
it's
you're
more like a
photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale. So that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportional.
If you said the 29th, there couldn't be raining because there was still snowing later in the day on the 29th.
Well,
And-
so that's why I didn't write down a date, because I wasn't sure.
I don't know.
Only what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
Sebastian, thank you for 15 months. So this case ruined the state case, MVP, only if the jury is as fast as Valhalla and picks it up. But yeah, I don't. It's again, why are they having all these witnesses ruin their own case?
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. I'm coming in.
Exhibit 135.
No, Lally doesn't listen to anything. He probably didn't even notice.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
I'd pay $1 to any one of the witnesses to say your mom.
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 are of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll come up to seek to do the next exhibit.
No objection.
You weren't the only one. Joe Flipper had caught that one too, with the, on top of the snow. So.
Exhibit 136.
Your Honor, with court permission, may I publish
according to the state's
photographs
case, it's
in
impossible.
relatively short fashion with the jury?
Well, you could say that it could potentially have been when the third team was going through it, if it wasn't the third team he was documenting, because they could have dug it up and not seen it, but they said we shifted through every scoop to make sure that was nothing there. But this must be the time where Bukaki and Proctor went out there and did the 10 by 10 by 3 search. And we are still to find out if it was 3 inches above ground or below, feet above ground or below ground.
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752.
Mm-hmm.
And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear.
This is after the car guy had been there. Remember, he was there the 29th. Peck said that.
Yeah.
So let's make up a story and say that when Karen hit the car, it left a bump over here. This is the area she hit the car in. And they had the car guy at the house on the 29th. Why did they have? And where is he on the ring camera?
What
Did he
date
do
are
anything
these
to the
pictures
car?
taken?
Yes.
I'm still really
So-
confused because what if any is John O'Keefe alive? Also, what if any is John Proctor alive? Because the way that they were talking about him, he might as well be dead. That's true. What date is this picture taken on? Because the amount
We're
of
gonna have
snow
to go
is
back and
fantastic.
and re-listen because it's either the 23rd or the 3rd, and I couldn't quite hear him, or something
There's no
completely
snow
different.
at all in this picture, you guys. None.
Well, when he said he went to Fairview, it was on the 3rd, and he said that there was still considerable snow.
Yeah,
So
but-
this would have to be
but there's
after
no
that.
And this is in the driveway, but this has been moved from where it was in the driveway
Yeah.
because this is not the driveway.
If this
No.
photograph was taken before the last couple of dates of them finding taillight, there's no reason that it took them longer to find taillight pieces, right? Like if this was taken on like the 3rd or something, they should have been able to locate every single piece of taillight because there's no snow on the ground. Anything that came after this is real sus, in my humble opinion.
Oh.
Of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 777.
So someone has driven this car because it was over in the back. This must be the house must be down here. So it was
I think the
parked
house
over
is on
by
the
the
left.
fence.
I think the house is on the left. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but then
That's
it
the
should
garage
it should be parked over by the second stanchion over here. The second pillar is where the back end of the car was that night. So someone has moved this car around.
And taking it out of the where the jury last saw it is also going to give a different perspective and maybe, not intentionally mirror, but it's hard for people like me who don't have, that spatial recognition kind of thing. If you move things out of the way they were orientated the last time I saw them, it's hard for me to kind of get a sense of where they're supposed to be in a different environment.
I wish I knew what date this photograph was taken.
71. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the two was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I
hate these obvious questions.
could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take this down.
What if any reason?
You know
Now,
what?
Trooper, Brennan, from
Lolly
your
at least doesn't annoy the
observations
shit out of me.
of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave. What?
February 3rd.
So there was no snow at Clearview.
But he said there were still mounds of snow because he in his testimony about Fairview, he kept saying there were still mountains of snow.
I think that was a different date. I think that was the day that the state troopers were out there, the search guys. That was the date he was out there photographing, I believe, when there's 1.5 feet of snow. So like on the 29th is the date that he was No?
No. The date was February 3rd, approximately 9:45. He went to 34 Fairview and saw the taillight pieces on top of the snow and others under 1 to 1.5 foot of snow. But when did he go to Clearview?
Where's Clearview?
You mean Meadow?
What's Clearview?
Clearview is John's house.
One Meadows Ave.
Yeah, that's what I said. when did he go there? Because there was absolutely no snow there. Well, they cleared the driveway. Yeah, they could clear the driveway, but there would still be mounds of snow over by the fence. Out on
Was
the
this all
street.
in one day? That doesn't make sense.
That's how I understood it.
Okay.
Are we
So
sure?
the
we
last-
Absolutely not sure.
I have no idea what happened here because I believe wasn't he taking the photographs that Tully was writing the information down on? Wasn't he there on the 30th or whatever the hell it was, 29th at Fairview?
No, the 3rd. What?
What damage did you observe to the garage doors of that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your review of
That's
those
my
photographs
question.
and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that day of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, John.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Unetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
I think he was at Fairview earlier. I think he was at Fairview on the 29th.
No, he said the 3rd.
At
This
Fairview?
this isn't the search. This is the search with Bukaki and Proctor.
Okay, question. In the last trial, were the garage doors mentioned
Nope.
at any point?
Nope, not
Okay.
other than it was open and that was it.
Well, but he asked about damage, so I'm wondering if
There's
Okay.
again, it's just flinging shit to the wall and see what sticks.
Okay.
So it's all on the 3rd? Okay.
Yeah, he went to John's
Wasn't
after
there-
he was at Fairview. That's what I heard as well.
So how is there a foot and a half of snow 3 blocks away, but that John's is completely
Maybe Yannetti can clear this up because I'm
Morning, sir.
I'm officially out.
same.
To be
I need
clear,
more
the
caffeine.
Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn in the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
Boom. They got a lead investigator.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, Were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Oh, for God, Lally, no.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response time, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these, you mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Sustain. Sustain.
Idiot.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there's one particular item.
Just to prove how oversnowed the items were on February 3rd. Yes, this is a piece of snow laying way on top of snow that wasn't there when this piece blew off the car. At what I think is the electrical box that hasn't worked for a long time. This is the piece that Trooper Paul was shown last year that he didn't know about and didn't think that they changed anything, even though it moved the debris field 20 feet. Again, Kimmy, my love, when they tell you there's nothing suspicious in this case, there's nothing, it's so clear as day. First, how did the tail light travel behind the point of impact? How did it get stuck on the top layers of snow that didn't fall till hours later? How did no one see this high-vis reflective piece of plastic for 5 days when they drove by? Not a one saw anything. Don't you think about it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it does kind of make you wonder.
Oh, sorry. I should get this pen back.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, Gallerani, huh? His name I've heard before.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? So how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
Before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the police department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very good. Good morning, sir. Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Yeah, if you don't
Thank you
look
very much,
for
Lally. You're all set.
DNA, you won't find DNA. It's as easy as
Next
that.
witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartlett.
No. Oh, Maureen Hartlett. This is an interesting one. She's the tech. She's the video. She has a video something tech thing. She's the one
Follow me now.
who had all the video files that she didn't have that she did have. But she also will have a company that works with video editing, I believe. She wasn't
Good
called
afternoon.
at the first trial.
You consider stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the
Oh,
spelling of your
Crawford.
last
Sorry,
name?
Crawford.
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
I always wondered
you
where
tell
the
us where
old
you
chick from
presently work?
90210 went.
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Brenda.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science
She was the one who found the hair.
from the University of New Haven.
Oh,
After you
thank you,
graduated
Serenity. We
with
got
your
there at the
master's,
same time.
Did you begin working at the crime laboratory, or did you work
I
somewhere
will
else?
yell if I want
I began
to.
working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section, as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker, or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Was she the one who failed her proficiency test in DNA
Yes,
testing?
she was. Yes, she
Oh,
was.
that's why I remember
she's not
her.
working with DNA.
She's the one who couldn't determine that the hair was a human hair and then found out it was a human hair.
Different
good
employees do
Lord.
different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different types of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a
think she's
training analyst
pregnant.
will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not
That's
performing any
safe
type of independent casework.
period, then.
Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And then above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
She does.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to ongoing developing scene or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you
I thought I was supposed to sample that trooper's DNA.
arrived at the garage, sometimes maybe referred to as a Sally Port.
Let's go. That one made me
any other
laugh.
people there when you arrived?
I'll allow
There
it.
were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who
When
they
you
were?
had to,
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
138.
With the court's permission, I'd like
Brennan
to
is in
show
the mood
P145. Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this back, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Can you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger.
This thing is
Yeah.
really sus to me. Why would there be a scratch inside the taillight housing? If his arm busted this part, why would this scratch be here?
The only thing I could think, and this is highly illogical, was he wearing a watch? Could the watch have hit it and scratched the metal?
No, because you have they want you to believe because there's a dent somewhere here. So they want you to have his hand, his lower arm, upper arm, because this needs the scratches on it.
Okay, then I've got nothing, Baker.
What I potentially could see is you have this piece missing because that's the couple of pieces we didn't find, plus the piece that the Proctor perhaps pried off. And to get the rest of the tail light off so you can sprinkle it, you could put a crowbar into it and just snap it so you can apply force.
Yeah, now
Or
I
a
know
piece
someone.
of steel in some way. That's what I think. Every time I see this line, I think someone jammed something into the tail light and used it for leverage.
Well, I do know that chat was saying, I haven't seen the video for myself, but the gentleman who does the testing, like Mythbusters in this case, got a very similar line on his housing when he had to pry off. I mean, make of that what you will.
Yeah. and again, it's how did this is the area that had that black goo on it. You can see some is still attached up here. How did that come off if you didn't put a lot of force in there and break it off? How would the sealant that's around this area, how would that snap off if you didn't have, well, this is still here, but if you didn't put a lot of force in there, you wouldn't snap off. It wouldn't break off. It kind of like this, it would keep the edges glued to it. So all of this missing, to me, you need to have a foreign object put in there to apply force to yank it out. That's just how I see it. And that's why you have the big pieces on this side, because you yanked it this way. And then you have
Baker,
all the
I'm
smaller
also-
pieces here.
I'm also trying to figure out where this piece of metal was that was poking out and would catch jackets. Because both
Yeah,
Carrie
because-
and Jen said something about, it's going to tear up.
Yeah. But I think that this is the area where pieces are missing. And to me, I think there's a missing piece on either side, and then there's kind of like maybe a penis-sized chip. And I think that's the thing that they might have said was poking out, which would
Okay.
align perfectly. If you go and see when it's put back together, there's these three pieces that I think were the first found, which is from this area, is if stuff was broken off around them, they would be easy to just grab onto with a pair of gloves on and just yank off and go to the scene and drop them. And then later they thought, and I'm just speculating, later they think, no, we need more tail light out there. So let's jimmy some kind of metal in here and yank it that way. Because then you can yank off the sealant. The sealant won't break off. It's actually there to keep things in place. So I don't know.
Your tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I
The
will
entire thing
spray them
was
with a 10%
missing.
bleach solution prior to use.
Like this
I also
picture,
change gloves often while I'm examining the
which
vehicle.
makes no
and keep
sense that
my
it would break
notes
off
and my
around
pens
the
that I'm writing my
corner.
notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examine the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw?
That's a
relative
piece
to
of
the
glass.
back bumper of that
Piece
vehicle?
of glass.
Yes.
And
Lying
show us
on
what you
top
saw.
of it, not
There were
embedded.
scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an
Thank you,
individual
Tammy
item number,
Fayette, for
so that item can be
supporting
tracked throughout
Valhalla
the
and the
lab.
goats.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are two pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So
Where?
This piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those two white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is.
That's a reflection, you idiot.
Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that
Where?
picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please?
Do what?
What?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be
What?
items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Baker, did you see anything?
Were they assigned a
I
particular
saw
number?
what could also
Do you
be
know that number
salt
offhand?
flakes
I would
after
have to refer to my
driving
notes.
With the court's permission?
out in a snowstorm. And
I mean,
how would it stay on top of the bumper? Because they will claim it's embedded, but it's not.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
And they, no, outside on the bumper,
Did
on
you
top
focus
of the
on
bumper.
the right rear side?
Okay, so
of the
did the
vehicle
snow
beyond the
create a
broken pillar?
protective layer that
Yes.
kept the ice
Did you
or
notice
the
any
glass
damage, any
on?
scratches to the?
Yeah, but it's
right
not.
quarter
It's
panel or
it's not
right
the same
side of
glass
that?
as any other glass on the scene.
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
I love that Alessi and Lally are having intermittent loudness
With the court's
competitions.
permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Maybe with my
Can we close up
glasses
just a little
on, I
more,
can
Ms. Gilman?
see
Thank
what
you.
she's talking
Starting at the
about.
bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that
Because
on
I'm a
the back bumper or
misogynist,
the
I
right
would say
quarter
this
panel?
is what we call a bilka dent in Denmark.
I believe it's on the right
Walmart
bumper.
dent.
It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
That's when you
Could
hit
zoom in
something
again
when
and
driving
just
at the
a little higher, Ms.
supermarket.
Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or are the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you.
Oh, he
Take it
just
down,
wanted her
please,
to
May I
say
approach,
D.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Thank you, T-Rex, for supporting Valhalla and the goats. I wish Alessi would hold up a picture of him flipping the bird and ask Brandon, is this a fair, inaccurate representation of me telling you to go shove it? I think that would probably land him in prison for contempt of court.
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this to
You
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
But there was no dents, like a big
With the
old
court's
dent
permission,
when
I'd like
he
to show the
hit.
jury P-176.
Oh, this is the magic on the tailgate
Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please?
that they
You
claim
told
is
us
from
that
the
you saw both
hand
dents and
because it
scratches.
held the
Starting with
glass.
Scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right. Could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
do you remember when we have crime scene photographs that actually show shit? Do you remember
You
those
mentioned it here. I'm
days?
going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Oh, this is the one that
Was there a
changes
designation
direction as
number
well.
for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
Has Karen ever mentioned
approach Ron?
scratches?
Yes.
Go out and check your car right now. How many scratches does it have that you didn't notice when you just? I found because I took over my dad's car when he died, and I never noticed that before.
Yes, I
but
do.
apparently, because he was
This is a
not
photograph of
walking-
the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
he wasn't walking that well in the end, so he scratched,
Yes.
and you can see where his that little
Yes, I do.
thing on the cowboy.
This is an
pants
additional photo
or
of the
jeans,
apparent hair on the vehicle.
scratched. Never seen that before. So
Yes,
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, A and B, please. 144A. and
yeah, so
144B.
that couldn't have been what kept the glass in place. So weather
With the court's
slugs,
permission, I'd like to
some
show
water.
P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you?
But also look at all of this surrounding. What do you see in the surrounding area of the pube?
Salt. Here's my other question, Baker. Can you zoom it out or go back where it was? Because where is that in relation? Are they trying to claim it came from his arm or his leg that would be covered in pants? I mean,
Yes.
so he has a glass, he bites his arm, and one brave hair sticks on to lead Karen to justice.
Yeah, 6 inches under where his arm was scratched, one hair is found that sticks on. And there's no dent in. I don't know if you can see this. This is called a bumper, which would have taken out his knees if it could hit his arm.
You would think.
But it's a Canton triangle. The less you think, the more sense it makes.
Yep.
If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you
This
saw
is
that?
the apparent
piece of hair?
human hair.
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the
Hair.
vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they?
How did this brave piece of hair stick onto this car? With all the salt spray you can see is around it. Do you know what salt spray comes with?
Water.
Water. But this magical piece of hair said, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you go, never gonna turn around and
Karen
fall off.
reads freedom rickrolled.
They taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is. could you
Yeah,
point
because
out
the
what
hair
point
looks
is the hair that you
completely
found?
different in positioning.
Yeah, let's. Here
Because
it's
there it's attached by the U, and in the other
Yeah.
one it's attached by the end of the rainbows. I mean, it could be a matter of perspective, but it just seems off.
yeah.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional
So-
photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the
Yeah.
vehicle.
Yeah.
And the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Didn't they break the housing trying to get it out?
You recognize it?
Yeah, because no one could
Yes, I
understand
do.
how to remove.
This is a photograph I took of the taillight
Taillight
housing back
housing.
at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Civic 145.
With court's permission, I'd show
Yeah, it's
photograph one,
it's not that hard.
187 to the jury.
But
please.
they had to destroy everything.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was
No.
after it was preserved?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Do you have
Did she
the
clean it?
actual item?
That's
the
why there's
actual,
no salt
housing
in it.
with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I
We're
approach?
gonna see the tail
I got
light.
this.
Gotta see the tail light. Tail light. Tail light. Ooh, tail light. Tail light. Tail light.
Ooh, she brought her own gloves.
Yeah, she got the black ones.
Yeah.
Apparently, they make your
Well-
fingers look bigger.
Well, probably they're
Hold
smaller,
that to the jury to
so
see.
she can
Hold that.
handle things.
Thank you very much. You could return that to the box.
Notice one thing. There's no lighting on this side, so even if they claim this was busted and that's why there's white light, there's no light out over here. It will be hit by the diffuser.
No objection, Your Honor.
Why are these people so
I only want to introduce that one item.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wait, there's other
Did
items
you
in
say
there?
Yes.
Oh, for heavens.
Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. And we'll see you in about 50 minutes.
50 minutes. So,
I guess we found all those missing ring camera videos.
what's going on? Did they fuck up? Let me boost this some more. What is she asking? Do you want to do this? Does she say what, dear?
Can't take me a minute.
No, that's not collected.
I don't believe so.
What? So what I kind of thought I heard was there's additional evidence in the box. And then something wrong happened because that wasn't supposed to happen, maybe?
Okay, I know we don't. Oh, go ahead and read.
Thank you, T-Rex, for supporting Valhalla's channel. My brother works in an auto body repair. It's not uncommon when trying to remove pieces of modern cars for them to get utterly destroyed. Everything is made of plastic and held on by clips and not bolted or screwed on anymore.
I was arguing in Coffin Dapper's chat. My apologies. I'm back now.
You should watch our show. It's pretty good sometimes.
I got distracted.
So I know we don't put a lot of emphasis on bodyology, but Brennan looked kind of shocked and a little weirded out, like a little uncomfortable or shocked or like, oh crap. It was definitely kind of an oh crap look. Because I couldn't understand what they were saying, so I was watching their faces, and Brennan had like a what the hell? Oh crap!
But let's try and see what he says. I have to boost the full on, so it will be loud.
Could you turn that to the box? I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Baker, you didn't put the video up.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know is what
Yes, why don't you
Alessi
point it?
says.
Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time.
Can we see the video, Baker?
Oh, fuck. I'm sitting looking at the other side.
It's all okay. We know.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Renee Alessi say, I didn't know that. So, again, magically appearing evidence in a box or in a bag that could potentially, if it's on the bag that, well, I put in 4 paper clips or whatever, it could be fine.
Well, and I find it interesting that Brennan didn't want to use it and wasn't going to tell
No, it's the
anyone
rest of
there's
the
an
box.
addition.
It wasn't the rest of the bag. He said there's other items in the box, but I don't want to introduce them yet. And then she says, but there's other items in the bag. And then, because Bev says, you have to give the bag, and she says, there's other items in the bag. And you hear Leslie say, I didn't know that. So, what is that? That's the question.
That almost sounds
Yeah.
to me as if he was intentionally trying to get that in there. Just sneak this through real quick. This is evidence in the case now. We found this piece of plastic too. Blah, 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 blah.
It also speaks to not having a command of your case, not knowing what's going on, or being additionally shady. Also, why wouldn't you have the casing in one bag? I don't understand putting multiple things in the same bag, especially things that can break and maybe make extra pieces we weren't aware of. Is there a Canton office supply shortage?
Yeah, that's. But again, why does Brennan not know it's in there, and why is she? Well, there's other stuff in there.
I think Brennan did know.
But I don't know what the question is. She asked if it's not what dear, if you want to do it now or do it here or something, because her mouth goes back.
Yeah, and she also said something about not wanting to take a lot of time on this. Bev,
Yeah.
if you find evidence that wasn't labeled or miscorrectly in there, that's going to take some time.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of her saying, okay, let's hurry this up, defense. And then she never tells the state that, even though they're being stupid. What is this a picture of? The other garage door.
It's just, how can so many things be so bad in one case? This is the thing I don't understand. How can everything be so haphazardly thrown together?
Because it's a terrible case. It was a terrible investigation, and these cops are all terrible at their job, Baker.
I understand, but Brennan's a ringer.
Well,
He
when you
should know
put it
that he
that
is
way-
fighting against this presumption that you're dirty. You should have all of your I's crossed, all of your T's, or the other way around. The T's and I's doing whatever you're supposed to do with them in grammar when you're not dyslexic. But all of those things should be done. Everything should be on point, especially when you are fighting against this was a terrible investigation and everyone screwed up all at once.
Or
just
a couple people did it intentionally.
Well, yeah, but once or twice I can give you a pass. When every single person sucks out loud at this particular case, I question things. Because what
Yeah.
have we had already? We've had the shoe that wasn't the right shoe. We've had extra pieces of glass found, and now we've got this extra evidence.
Whatever it was.
It's just weird how we get here. But 35 minutes, I think, kind of, maybe.
Woo-hoo. All right. I'm hungry.
20 to 2.
Let's
So,
go get some food.
Oh, also, tomorrow is the youngest, most feral's last day of school. Now, I did offer the school an undisclosed amount to put them both in summer school, but apparently that got me just a meeting with the principal.
Get her another bag and film what she removes and put into a new bag. Yeah, they need that to provide the evidence. The evidence handling in this case alone makes for reasonable doubt sloppy. It just, hey, we are running a case where we are using a Bowden defense. Imagine that we have 3 mishaps. Let's not call it anything. It could just be 3 mistakes so far with evidence bags. It's just. Let's take a break. Let's get something to eat and get some energy for the stupidity. And let's hope that Alessi will
Make her cry. That's bad to wish for.
spank her like the bad girl she is.
Jen! Misreads.
Yes.
Jen!
Get cut and dry